Alright, this is John.
This is Nerd Leader.
Getting into some more game here.
Yep.
I need to load my game, right? This is the one from the other day, right? Yes, it is. Alright. Just making sure I'm loading the right one, because it could be catastrophe.
I did notice you had a couple at this point of the game, it seems.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Which, yeah, it kind of makes me think of... It's hard to think of one off the top of my head, but there are parts of some games where it feels like I'm always at that part, or like, that's where I end up. Like, I don't even like, oh, I'm just not going to play. It just happens to be where my saves end up.
The bridge will be fixed when it's fixed,
Alright. What are we doing here? Oh.
You talked to the lady, right?
I need to talk to these people. Up here. Because I saved the dude. And now I've got to talk to this girl. So that I can get to the next part. Because you're always striving for the next part. Alright.
Did you ever find that guy's assistant?
You're back. What happened? Did you find Bernard?
We did. He's fine. And he'll have the bridge to Eastpool repaired soon.
Well, thank the founder for that.
It was lucky.
Like, go do this other quest and he'll be done by the time you get back.
There and not to be trifled with.
It's the
So it's not going to be like in the first one, you see it happen as it happens.
I was going to say it's not going to be like real life, where like, the Union has to decide how long it's going to need to take.
I was just saying, because if you have to do a quest to come back, they make it take it longer than it was. Because remember in one, there was a bridge repairing, and you're just like, whoa, get right on it! Like, it was all like...
Oh, yeah.
We'd be delighted.
But that was only in, like, the Origins re-release and, like, the later, wasn't it? Was that in the original NES release?
I've played that one, and I remember it like it was, but you could very well be right that there isn't a whole out scene that's just more like, they're like, well, we did it now.
And we're done.
Yeah.
Flagon of Imperial gold, perhaps? Tastes like swill, but it'll slake a thirst.
No, thank you. I prefer the truth.
Alright.
Why there are so few bearers around here.
Yes. There were more of them when we were young. Far more.
So welcome to the stream. If you just, popped in, happy to have you here.
Huh?
Thanks for coming, hanging, chilling. Doing a bunch of Final Fantasy right now, because, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is literally around the corner. It's coming out
Seems the miners at Drake's Head are having a hard time keeping up with demand of late.
early next year, March, I think.
Shortfall.
February, March, somewhere in there.
Time was they used to dote out crystals like sugar
But
plums,
the plan
even
is
though
we're going to run through this.
not anymore.
We're going to run through...
Nowadays, they'll jump at any
Nerd Leader's
excuse
running
to
through 7.
confiscate
Yep.
So,
barrels so they can be put to
come
work
back, watch some of
elsewhere.
that. That'll be tomorrow.
I always knew
And,
the Empire treated their
yeah, then we're going to run
land
through the
like
remake.
shit, but after seeing it with my own eyes,
I have the PS4 version, I have the PS5 version. Probably do the PS5 version with the expansion DLC, what you calls it.
What, is that the, Integrate or whatever, where Yuffie goes on those adventures?
Yeah. And then we'll just kind of go from there and, just kind of come on this journey with us while we, do grinding and Japanese role-playing games.
Yeah. Speaking of Integrate, like, people seem to have liked it from what I've seen. I don't know, I haven't looked into it too much, but it seems to mostly be positive reception. I think I only saw one really bit, like, negative video about it, but, like, how...
No. We'll have one soon enough.
Like, I know there's characters like Vincent who's literally been doing nothing for the last, like, 5 years, just laying in a coffin, but, like...
Unbelievable, innit?
Do you think you'd want to see what some of the, like, what Sid's been up to, stuff like that?
I could see them doing, like, a DLC that kind of gets more into, like, Vincent. That'd be kind of cool, actually. Or I could even see maybe, like, some sort of DLC that gets into what Sid's doing. That'd be kind of interesting, I think, to a point.
Yeah. I mean, you could even do stuff like play Nanaki up till he gets caught by and branded Red 13 and stuff.
And we'll see it at an abbey.
in the remake, you get Red 13, but he's
Oh
not.
yeah.
But he's not playable. Like he's in your party, he runs around with you, but he's not playable. He'll
Well,
be playable in the next one though.
Let me ask you this: is he one of the 3 members, or is it like in 12 where he's a guest who's a 4th member you don't control?
He's a 3rd member.
Ah, okay.
So you'll control like Cloud, and I think Barrett's with you at that time. I think.
But, you know, it does make sense to have Yuffie doing stuff right before the next game, because even if all the next game was the Eastern Continent, that would be the time in which you can get her. You know, I got her at that point in this run I've been doing.
No, I have heard, I've read, it has come to my attention that Vincent will not be playable.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to be like, if you want to play the Vincent game, play the remake of Dirge of Cerberus?
I've not played Dirge of Cerberus.
I've played it some.
I have owned that game. I have had that game in my collection.
And assumed it was best for all concerned.
Never played it. I bought it used, I think, somewhere, and I was gonna get around to it, and then
hated by its parents through no
life
fault of its own.
happened.
We knew nothing of what it meant to be born that way.
You know,
Did we?
before you get into the game proper, it wants you to do this, like, basically it wants to evaluate how good you are, and so I did that, and it's like, turn it on to hard, and I'm like, I don't think I will, and I'm glad I didn't, because I'm not saying it's, like, super hard, but, like,
It's harder than you want it to be.
well, the game on normal is just hard enough that I know I wouldn't have any fun playing it on hard. Maybe if I got good at it, you know what I mean? But, like, my innate 3D shooter skills isn't enough for me to want to play it on hard.
You know, there's games out there that I will play on like harder difficulties, and there's games out there I purposely play on easier difficulties because it's just like I'm here for the fun, not the challenge. And then there's games it's like I'm here for the challenge. Let's do this, play that for the challenge. Like, you know, when I walk into something, when I walk into an experience with an expectation like that, then that's what I'm after. But if I don't have that expectation, then I'm just like, maybe not. I don't need everything to be just harder than, you know, Dolomite or whatever.
So, okay, I played Heart of Darkness recently, and that's a hard game. But it's kind of, as much as I like that game, it's an example of why they can be hard to get into, because it's literally exhausting to win at that game. You know what I mean? Like,
I do play a lot of more modern games, and when I want to go back and play, like retro games,
There's the Abbey.
it is oddly difficult. No, it's not difficult. It's just kind of like it's a relearning experience. You know what I mean?
a lot of it for me ends up being what, like when I'm experiencing what I think you are, it's how much more old games want out of it.
Autosave has spoiled
What?
me. Autosave has spoiled me. I will not deny it. It has spoiled the shit out of me, and that, you know.
Oh yeah, like, okay, Elden Ring's a good example of that. You never have to save in Elden Ring.
How many times did you have to save in Kingsfield?
Like in Kingsfield, you had to, like, it was, okay, we're talking about, like, the difference between Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 in that, like, in Diablo 1, you better save, because anytime you die, you lose everything up to the last time you save. But, like, I know Elden Ring's a lot more like Diablo 2, where it's like, well, you don't have to save, but it's always saving.
You don't have to save, but you better make it back to your body.
But in some ways, it makes me feel invincible in games like that. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, like, think of how much more flippant you are with a Mega Man life than, like, a Sonic life. Like, I'll just, you know, I'm like, oh, I got everything I wanted out of this level, but I don't want to beat it yet, so I'm just going to throw Mega Man off a cliff until I run out of life. You know what I mean?
It's over.
I'm supposed to go to an abbey. Fuck that noise.
Like,
Not
okay.
when there's grinding to do.
I think kind of an example of what we were talking about is, as much as I like Dead Space, I have to say I was disappointed the first time I found out that there is no consequence for death, and it usually to the point where it literally puts you right outside of the same room you just died in, but with all your money and everything. You know what I mean? And it's like, that sounds like a weird thing to say, and I don't even know if it's really a complaint, but like, it's convenient. And there's been plenty of games where I'm like, why? Why does that have to take half my stuff? I wouldn't save scum if it didn't like punish me so hard, but then it's like a game like that and I'm like, why am I not being punished? I don't know what I want.
I remember the first time I played Dead Space and I was like, oh, cool, it's Resident Evil in space.
That'd be, you know, I think what sets it apart is the need to aim. Because I know you kind of have to aim in Resident Evil, but that's kind of the Resident Evil Silent Hill universe where it's like, sure, you want to be pointed at your enemy, but it's mostly just them shooting at whatever you're aiming them at. You aren't really being like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like how in Diablo, you don't attack stuff, you point on stuff and your character runs over and attacks it, you know what I mean?
You know, I really fell out of like Resident Evil, and I never played Silent Hill. I have no interest in Silent Hill.
No, I get that.
I played Resident Evil, I liked that game, and I played the sequel, and I liked that game, and then I caught information about number 3 and Code Veronica, which they kind of came out, well, they were developed around the same time, but they came out like, you know, kind of years apart. It was this whole thing where when I was reading it, I was like, okay, I don't care anymore.
Right, that was the chest, right?
Okay.
Right next to that, like right behind that dead crab. No, go back that little pool of water right there. There's like the dead crab.
Ah. This is why I keep you around. You get better eyes than me. But, you know, like I said, anyway, I just kind of lost interest in them because I kind of caught what they were doing with the franchise, where it was like, we're going to milk the story for as much as we can. Oh. Okay.
I want to save the extra story stuff for, 8 if you, do all of it. It's even more of a to be continued than it would have been otherwise, as much as it was already.
But you know what? I say that. I've played damn near every Assassin's Creed game. But I don't know, those are fun to play. It's just I can play the first one for hours just running around cities.
Well, a big difference, you know, with the Assassin's Creed games is they're more directly fun in a literal sense to just do.
Yeah.
Like, if you're not accomplishing anything, it's still more fun to move around in the world of, like, that. That's a lot of the games.
Oh man, the turtle works me. You see that?
Yeah. I'm a little surprised they're this early in the game.
Man, he just steamrolled her, didn't he?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, get him. He's probably running away. Oh, he healed. I saw that, right? He was already
Yeah,
down there.
no, it's because I probably got too far from the spawn point.
This time.
Oh, damn.
Right on, you get him with that when he said that.
My face. That was weak. That one, though. Oh my god. Brought it to my face. Oh shoot, I was trying to fight it. That's just...
Get beat up by turtles, very Final Fantasy thing to do.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Wow, 20 experience. I mean, there's been bosses who give you that much.
Yep. And I got it from him. I brought it to his face.
So was he initially hostile? I'm not. What?
I don't remember.
I
Probably.
I asked because like it's one of those things like if I ever play, should I be wary of them or should I seek them out?
We always see them out.
How much undead have you fought in this?
I don't think I've fought any yet.
Okay. Well, because that's one of those things that I've noticed there's either a lot of them or very little in a particular Final Fantasy game, you know what I mean? Sometimes there'll be kind of a middle amount, but it's usually one or the other.
Oh, shit. I think half paid attention. Whoa! Ah. I'm just standing there like an idiot. Ah. But I win.
What is the blue resource you were getting from it?
Probably items.
Oh, so the items?
Items, yeah. Probably like potions or material for crafting.
There it is. So that's what that is?
Yeah, that's probably what one of those are.
No, I meant like appearing. Or one of those two was that.
What are you pointing at?
There. Whenever you get experience, there's how much experience you get and something else right under it.
Oh, probably like ability points or something.
Ah.
Speaking of, or money, they're giving me money. That's something they do in this.
You almost have enough to do that other one, the 500 one.
I'm just seeing what ones need to be mastered. Just that one. Cool. Continuing on. I guess I'll go to the place I'm supposed to. I'm pretty sure I've like wiped out just about everything here. Oh, except for this. That's right, Clive.
Wild birds would be dangerous. They don't have to get as big as you might think for these people on just to fly, you know what I mean, let alone walk around on the ground.
It's over.
There's part of the reason it makes sense you can use them as troops and tactics is they are one of those things. Think about it. A bird that big with beaks like that, like, and claws like that, you could just train them to fight in combat against, you know, enemy humans and run around and bite them and stuff. It's like...
Stay down.
Damn. They just wouldn't die from that last hit. Yeah, I think that bottom number is my ability points.
Okay.
Yes, it is. I hadn't paid too much attention to it. Stop making me pay attention to things.
Sorry.
No holding back.
Yeah, I bet if Caterpillar is in this, it's one of these guys.
Yeah, you know, Clive really kicks a lot of ass. But, you know, he's still not the most powerful wizard, you know, unlike that Donald Duck, apparently.
Just can't achieve the same level of a tier list as Donald can.
People that wrote those articles, I just don't know if they don't know any better or don't care to know any better. No one's ever cast Reflect on Bahamut before. Like the hell they haven't.
One of the things that makes him, practically speaking, in the games not as powerful as a lot of the other wizards is I don't remember him having anything like Ultima or anything, you know. I'm sure he's got like Fire 3 and stuff that makes a difference, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's enough.
Main advantage of magic in Kingdom Hearts, whoever's using it, is it can't be blocked.
Yeah.
Like any kind of special technique or anything, you can be like ping at the right time and knock them back.
Good day to you.
Not with magic.
I'm afraid the Abbey is not open for public prayer. May Griga go with you?
We came to offer a donation. From Martha.
Don't be worried about it, bro. Take the money.
Follow me. I don't want to die.
Who does?
Please, Father. Something for the pain. I beg you. The light. It fades. I don't want to die alone. It's all right. I'm here.
Who are these people?
Who are those
Martha's
people?
bearers.
I don't know. They're just some people.
She
I'll let 'em
entrusted them to my care, that I might ease their suffering. To the extent that I can, for the time they have left.
You have to understand, morphine hasn't been invented yet.
Oh, yeah. Using, what is it, the marked or whatever as slaves is something that all countries do, right?
Yeah.
The curse has taken them. All of them. As it does every bearer forced to use their gift. With each draw on the ether, their bodies petrify, till all that remains is stone and pain, and so they are cast aside. There is nothing either Martha or I can do to change that. But we can at least strive to make their final hours a little more
tough
bearable.
call.
Have faith, my son, for you shall rise again and find the happiness denied you in this life. Thank you, Father.
Do you ever suffer any penalties for overusing magic or anything?
I haven't yet. difficulties of magic are a story device, not a game mechanic.
I my own thanks for the medicine you so kindly brought. Now their final moments may be moments of peace.
So, he's killing them.
Do you think he's euthanizing him? I thought he was just giving him anesthesia.
When next you see Martha, pray tell her that 2 more have succumbed.
I don't know. Maybe that's just my headcanon. He's Kevorkiing them.
Maybe. They never specify specifically what the drugs you brought were or what they actually do for them. Even there, when he said they'll give him relief, it's like that could mean so many things.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we should.
Ooh, excuse me. Alright, well, I'm pretty sure everything has respawned.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever got any, like, chocobos to ride or anything in this, as far as you played?
Not as far as I've played. But the game has acknowledged airships, so I don't know of any that are usable.
So which group or region has them?
I don't think any that has them. I think they're kind of like a ancient lost thing.
Kind of like in 10?
Yeah, well, I was gonna say kind of like in Tactics.
Well, but in 1 and in 10 they were ancient lost things and only you had them because only you dug them up.
Yeah.
I mean, even eventually it died, you're the only one who has one. Not because they're ancient, but you're the only one that works without mist.
No, I thought the stuff respawned. I was wrong.
Huh.
Well, let's go find more crap to kill. More items, either way. I guess this is the bridge that's, you know, being fixed, that no one's out here is fixing. But I bet by the time I get back, it'll be fixed. That bugs me sometimes in games. It's a really silly thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you'll go to a thing that, like, oh, they're out there working on it right now. You go out there, nobody's there. But when you go back to town, it's fixed.
You think, you got to the point of having the airship in, 12, right?
No, I have not played a whole lot of 12.
No,
I take that back. Yeah, because the airship is kind of...
It's kind of like...
fairly early on, isn't it?
Well, you technically have it early on, and you can ride the ones you can pay to ride, but, like, when you get it, the way it works in that is you pick from points on the map. And I think you have to have been to a screen that can potentially land on before you can land on it. I might be wrong about that. Mm-hmm. But, and places to go back up, like you can, if you're at a city that has airship docks, you can dock in your airship. But otherwise, there'll be like anchors. It'd be kind of like that thing, but if it had went up into the sky and was an anchor, not a crystal, you know what I mean? And you'd run over to it and grab it and go up into your airship.
Ah, you're back. Thanks for taking care of that.
The abbot had a message for you. 2 more have succumbed.
I see.
That would have been succumb.
Come upstairs.
Huh.
I mean, don't quote me on English, but that's what I thought.
So, now you know, eh?
I've seen plenty of bearers die on the battlefield. But never like that.
And all because they were born different. The powers that be can't take away their gift, so they strip them of their humanity instead. Oh, there's plenty who pity a bearer's plight. But so long as we're content to sit around, weeping for those on whose broken backs we're carried, we ain't gonna change nothing.
And so you lend Cid your strength?
What little of it I have. Use profits from this place to buy the poor buggers.
So when the abbot told us the bearers were yours...
Aye, they're my property, at least by law. Any still fit to work fetch a price beyond my means. All I can do is care for those who are past mending. But it's not all doom and gloom. Bernard's finished fixing that bridge for you. You can carry on to Eastpool now. You got questions that need answering, ain't you? Well, I wish you luck.
Thank you, Martha.
Oh, I almost forgot. Cid and I have other friends in Rosaria. Wear this and they'll know you for one of us.
So when it's
know
done,
that you will always be welcome.
It's like, you know, you're handed a bunch of seals in this game. And it's just like, that's how they know you. But you're not actually wearing them. You don't have to change them out. You don't have to do anything other than you got this item and now you have favor with these people.
Lady Warwick have come back
I don't know why I need an item for that. But alright.
They're probably trying to get away with the feeling of, well, all I had to do was talk to her and somehow that did it.
Yeah.
But, so if a dominant manifests an icon, does that put them closer to petrification?
Dominants are not bears, so I don't know if that's how that works. You know what I mean?
I didn't know they were different.
Yeah.
Good.
I think they're different. Yeah, no, they're different because Brandeds don't summon icons.
Yeah, well, I forget Clive was one before he hosted an icon.
So this, I don't know. The lore is a little.
I don't
want to say it's confusing, but it's a little. It's a little extra. That is a lot for that. Ah, damn. Yeah, what's this? We're gonna keep raising that.
Cid.
Ah, Clive. You're not where I left you.
Hurt your hand.
I did, aye. With 1,000 little lightning bolts. Can't fling them around the way I used to.
I don't know if you've noticed, but Cid is the voice of
my
that one guy from Diablo 4 that you follow around.
The say from Diablo 4? Is
Yeah.
that the guy who like is the replacement for Cain, basically, the like drunk Cain or whatever?
Yeah.
You're right, that is him. I thought I had been like recently while you've been playing this, been like, who the fuck is that? What the hell? I could trying to figure movies and shit, but no, it was that guy from Diablo. He's doing basically the same voice. I know, like he's putting more swagger on this one and more slobber on the other, but.
Girl back in the day. She was a slave.
I've known some girls too.
Just like you.
Oh. I guess we're not talking about the same thing.
I wanted to save her. For a while, I even thought I could. But just because you think something doesn't make it true.
Sid.
Why is that a thing in anime?
I'm no savior.
Saying the person's name whenever they're like revealing something about themselves. You ever notice that?
No.
That's in a lot of like Japanese media.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that in 7. I thought it was just a Japanese thing, but like I don't know.
Hey, how we doing?
Hello.
Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good time. Yeah. But I don't know. I think that's kind of odd. I don't know that that's an idiom anywhere else in the world necessarily. Like I don't know. I'm not like an expert in foreign cultures.
A little bit in our fiction, and I don't just mean post anime craze or anything like that. I think I've seen a little bit of that in English writing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Look, lad, you've had a hard life, and I don't see it getting much.
Going pretty good so far, man. How you doing?
Might not be able to save anyone else, but at the very least, you can save yourself.
I'll try.
Oh man. I don't know. I think that's super odd.
Jill.
I already forgot what we were talking about.
Weird cultural idioms. Weird cultural idioms and.
Oh yeah. The whole being like if you were saying some sad story and I was like, John.
Is that the last of it?
Like I don't even know exactly the way to say it. That's kind of how I pictured them saying it, but like I really don't know the way to say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No.
The way I said it almost.
Odd. I think it's super odd. But then again, we did not grow up with that as like a thing. So.
Yeah, we're more of a I see.
Like I don't know, man. That's terrible.
Yeah, or. More trying to comment on the situation than being like, bro. That's what I was. That's always kind of how I like thought it was kind of meant. You know what I meant? You know what I mean? Like,
I work with some people, and one of the people that I work with, they've always got something.
Okay.
You know those people. They're like, oh, life is so bad that this is going on, and this is like, oh, okay. And some of their coworkers are kind of tired of hearing it, and they're kind of talking to me about it. I just look at them like, repeat after me. I don't know, man, but that's really messed up.
Yeah.
And I said that's all you got to say. It makes you sound concerned, and you don't have to come up with anything like smart.
I think my default response is, man, that sucks.
I mean, same thing. I don't know, man. It sounds messed up.
It's always awkward when you care about the person, but you don't care about the problem. You know what I mean? Like,
no, you have friends that have problems, and you're just like, well, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Well, I mean, I don't mean that. Just so much as more like, you're not being insincere, but it feels like you're trying to fake sincerity. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, another turtle. Turtle.
I was just thinking of fighting these guys in 12, and like I guess the one call that automatically is a boss, I want to say, but those types of ones that you fight, I think the Silicon Tortoises or something like that, they're the ones with money to fight, and turtles in that one don't have heads. Sometimes they'll have faces painted on the front of their shells, but like, kind of weird.
Not this time.
Oh, I was too far away. It pushed me away. That sucks.
This makes me wonder how big a turtle would have to get before they started eating people. If it is a turtle this size, you definitely try to eat people.
Carnivorous turtle this size would definitely eat people.
Yeah.
I used to work with a guy at GameStop who told me that he believed that humans need a natural predator.
No.
A turtle that size would definitely be a natural predator.
Does that make you think of, have you ever heard the idea that the very existence of the Uncanny Valley means it's an adaptation we have to something that is able to pass itself off as us well enough that we have the ability to be like, wait, that's not a fucking person.
Well, that was odd. The way I just turned around there. Alright, where am I going? I'm not going anywhere. I'm just looking for stuff to kill.
Yeah, as I said, I'm pretty sure you're like going homicidal on the countryside. Even the plants aren't safe. Although to be fair, if weeding made me more powerful, I'd probably do it more often.
I mean, come on. If only chores continued to be a repeatable quest that gave you money.
Yeah. Of course, life would be different if, like, you know, you like, like, let's say you, like, use the hoe enough days in a row, and it's like, now every time you hoe 2 blocks of dirt instead of 1.
Stay down.
I don't know if you ever played that game much, but eventually you get to the point where you charge up, you're like, what, raising it way back, and you're like, whoosh! And it like does like a 4x4 area or something like that, you know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah. Maybe it's more like a 3x3, but you know what I mean, it's something like that.
I never really got into farming games.
Well, you know, Harvest Moon's one of those games that I always get far enough to start being like, quote-unquote powerful in farming, and then just kind of like, it comes down to all I've left to do is make money and get a wife, and I end up getting bored. Because really, as much as that game's about various stuff, what it's really about is having enough of town improvements that they don't kick you out. So I want to say you can just keep playing and playing and playing all you want, but you have to... I don't remember if it, how much time is... I feel like it's a couple years, but it might be only like 1. I don't remember. But you have a certain amount of time to like have enough...
To become a productive member of society?
Well, you have to go a little above and beyond that.
You there! Over here!
But yeah,
Me?
you know, you have to be a productive member of society who's doing well and liked by the community, and then they let you stay. Because the game can totally just come to an end with credits and everything if you reach that, you know, deadline, and they're just like, well, you gotta go.
She won't
like, cool.
because me
Well,
to you then.
Pack your shit up and go.
We tried dealing with them ourselves. Laid out bait, think we might swoop
it's
in
a
and
little
slaughter the lot.
more judgmental next. The
We didn't
credits have
expect the
like
pack
all
to
the
be quite
characters'
so
faces
bloody
looking
big.
unhappy at you and
I
stuff.
expect the plague drove them here. They must have fled their homes for greener pastures.
We'd hoped empty bellies might make them easy prey. It made them mean instead. Martha's no fool, so she must see something in you. Do us a favor and get rid of them, will you?
All right. I suppose those wolves pose a threat to everyone.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. I'd wager the greedy bastards are still over yonder, finishing off our bait. When you've seen to every last one of them, go and speak to my friend over the bridge. Bryce, his name is. He'll want to know if it's safe to come across. All right, off you go then.
I want to say there's something about this quest that just makes these handful of guys like a gigantic group of jerks. I don't remember.
Let me ask you this. What do you think of how, like, Square, and I guess at this point it's Square Enix, has embraced... in old Final Fantasy games, you would only run into, like, fish and water, and even though it looked like they were floating there, it was supposed to be they were just on the water, in the water or whatever, but, like, since it looked like that, in the 3D era, they've really embraced the idea of, well, fish are just kind of floating around in the world. You know what I mean? Like if you're in a sewer or by a river or like a shore or something, you know what I mean? There'll be fish just kind of flying around near the...
Yeah, I've seen that. That's in the 12, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, what have you run into any fish in this, or octopi, or anything like that?
Not that I think. Not that I can think
Bryce.
of.
Okay.
Let him know the road's safe.
But
So,
you know, that's all sorts of weird shit in this game. I know.
Just thinking about how in 6 you can go underwater in a part because you find a diving helmet. It's like, yes, my 4 people can use this helmet.
You only needed the one.
Yeah.
You, Bryce?
What's it to you, bearer?
We
My
have
friend
to
asked
say
me to get
since-
rid of the wolves. So I got rid of the wolves.
You'd have me believe a single bearer slew the entire pack. Then again, if you didn't, you wouldn't be on this side of the bridge. Bugger me, you're a tough one, aren't you?
You know,
Oh, Frederick.
I think if I had written the scene, I would have written him like, it's like, to be more like, well, of course you did it, you're one of those guys. Do
Yeah.
you want any respect for that? That's what you can and should do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
How expensive is the stuff in this? Because I know some of these quests feel like they're handing out you out a lot of money to me, but I could see it not being.
It's a fair amount.
Okay.
I mean, it's not retirement money.
That must be
Yeah, but I mean, is like 1,000 enough to buy a whole weapon, or?
That would be enough to replenish a lot of my healing. Not all of it, but a lot of it.
Okay.
Speaking of, I need to get a shot and replenish that shit. I've also got a bunch of like other items that I just need to sell off.
How many of each item can you hold?
Some items are more, some items are less. Like I can only hold 4 potions, and I can only hold 3 high potions.
Ah. What's something you could hold more like 10 or 20 of? Or is there nothing quite that much?
Place back then.
Well, I mean, I can hold on to probably like 99 of everything else.
Oh, well, I guess I'm... So non-consumables, you can hold a lot of it, but with some...
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. So do you pick from what consumables you have going on, or is it like, these are the ones always here?
Yeah.
Quiet.
I always have potion and high potion on because heals, but the other one is like buff tonics.
Sure.
Increase your strength, increase your this, increase your that.
Of those, which would you say, it's like, if you only carried one around all the time, I'm not saying, that's the ideal way to do stuff, but if you did, which one would it be?
None of them.
Ah, okay.
I would sell them. I find the money to be more, like, useful than temporary buffs.
So, what's worth putting in your third slot?
Oh, I knew it was you.
Is there nothing? It's just
Nothing.
while you have it, you might as well leave it there?
Yeah.
The Lord Marquis and Jill too.
It's so good to see you both
What do
again.
you want to use money for? When you think of like, man, I got this money, now I can use it. What do you want to use it for?
It's good to see you too, Lady Hannah.
Upgrading gear.
Okay.
And making sure that my heals are full. That's about it.
Okay.
I've not seen anything that makes me go, man, I gotta have money for that. It's always, alright, well, I've got enough money for my sword, so...
I haven't much to offer, but what is mine is yours.
Does Clive ever get healing magic, or is he always reliant on items?
I think he's always reliant on items.
Okay.
Limited healing that is easy to replenish in that way is very much a Dark Souls thing that every game does now.
Yeah.
I have mixed feelings about that.
Well, I was surprised that you had to buy them in this. I noticed they were Dark Souls-esque, but I didn't know that you actually had to, like, pick them up or not. Because I had seen you pick up a potion here or there, but I just didn't know quite how it worked.
You can find them, you can buy them.
How much does a high potion heal? I guess I forgot their percents.
Yeah, they're percentages.
So is there never X potion?
I don't know.
But we survived.
If there is, that'd be my third item.
Yeah.
Now we're back. It's wonderful to see you safe and well, Lady Hannah.
I've always wondered what X meant. I remember at one point I wondered if it was like some weird translation of extract, but I really don't know.
Never put that much thought into it.
Do you think you will stay
I just figured someone at Square Enix in America was like, that sounds cool.
Well, if someone comes back from when, like, playing games like Breath of Fire where it's like, you had to figure out what the hell this item does.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, that's a modern convenience that I find hard to go back from, is item descriptions.
Not that it matters.
It's like, sure, there's some games nowadays that the item description's a little vague, but it's like, it's anything. It's not just, you have one.
There are items in games that have descriptions that are immensely meaningless.
Or what?
Meaningless.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That happens, I think, in Castlevania Symphony of the Night. There will be like a handful of items that they have a description, like do a thing, but that doesn't. The description and what they do have no connection. So you kind of have to figure it out.
Aren't there a couple items that it basically describes it as either being cool or lame?
Sort of.
You haven't heard then.
I remember there being some item it tried to, it seemed like it was trying to get me to use because it was saying it was popular to use and stuff. I'm like, okay.
Says who?
Yeah. So it's something I think is weird in like games when they claim a particular aspect of it is popular or whatever.
My poor child. You look pale. All this traveling must have taken its toll. I insist you rest. We can talk later.
Is this back at that hotel or where is this?
This is at her house. I ran into someone from my past.
Ah, okay.
That recognized me.
Are you sure you don't want to sleep inside?
I can't. Not after what I did.
Lady Hannah said she would prepare a change of clothes for you in the morning. She really has been very kind.
Glimmer of hope.
That was oddly animated.
Yeah.
It was only Joshua that kept me going. I swore that I would avenge his death. That I would kill his killer. That was the only thing that gave my life any meaning. But he
it was me who killed Joshua and Murdoch and all the others, then why the hell am I still breathing?
I ask myself the same. When I thought
You know, it seems kind of odd how their
there were so many bodies,
mouths are animated,
so many lives cut short
like when they're talking. I would have kind of figured this would have been something that would have been nearly perfected by now, because like PS2 and PS3 games don't look much different.
Well, okay, something you have to consider that a lot of mouth animation is personal choice on the animators or the people making it or stuff like that. I mean, think of like...
to be just another body.
Think of how that's one of the most defining things about somebody's style. It's the way they animate a mouth, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember that night on the balcony?
I'm not just saying it's an excuse for, you know, uncanny mouth movements. I'm just saying that, you know, I
said a prayer to Metia, and that prayer was answered.
Kind of inherent to the whatever it is you're watching that has it, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
You came back to me. The heavens must have a plan for us.
Well, I mean, that's certainly one interpretation of your situation.
We should get some rest.
Right.
Good night, Clive. Sleep well.
Thank you, Lady Hannah. Perhaps now people will not flee at the sight of me.
You look just like Elwyn did when he was your age.
How did you come to have some of my father's old
change clothes.
Yep.
Well, before Elwyn became Archduke, our
I have to say that is a
summer
better
together.
look than his other outfit.
Were like brothers. These clothes have been in a wardrobe for years, collecting cobwebs.
I don't know, that's just me.
I'd say it does make him stand out more. The other one was a tad generic.
Well, I'm very grateful for them. Sorry for depriving you of
So it
your
makes him look a little more dangerous.
It's what your father
Narratively
would have
speaking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, and for whatever reason, he has another sword on him now.
They suit you well.
Like I said, thought of that. Did they give you a new sword?
They did not.
Thank you, Lady Hannah.
Yes, thank you. You've been most kind.
No,
Oh man, I don't know. I like the game so far. I know this game's gotten a lot of like odd criticism. Well, maybe it's not odd. It's I don't know.
Would you say the most consistent criticism you've seen of it is?
And you.
Writing. I think people are just like, well, it's just a rip-off of Game of Thrones. Well, yeah.
Oh,
hey, wait, he did give you a new sword.
It should take us all the way to Phoenix Gate. Let's go.
That sword there that he's got on him right now was on display in the Tower of London.
Oh, for how long?
I don't know actually how long it was on display there. I just know that in their armory they had like a display for Final Fantasy 16 and that sword.
Huh.
That was kind of neat.
Yeah.
Well met, friend.
Makes me wonder if it was just a, like, you know, decorative piece, or if it was actually like made like it was a real sword, and if so, I'm kind of curious how heavy it is.
Here you go. There you are. Got anything else for me?
Oh, gill bug.
Oh, well,
You know, I had to really get up
no.
on the screen to read that.
Oh.
Because for the longest time I thought that said gill bug. Or gill bag.
Oh wait, so you haven't been selling gill bags?
No, I've been selling gill bugs.
Oh.
There you go.
This should make me a few gil. Oh, well, you won't say no.
Alright. Nope. And nope. And nope. Okay. Oh, well there you go. That's how much I can hold of those items.
Okay.
Safe travels. You? Those are Elwyn's. By the flames. You're his firstborn. Clive Rosfield.
And we are just gonna have to start killing people.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't fool me, my lord. You're the very image of your father. And that would be true even if you weren't wearing his clothes. The self-same garments Hannah was keeping for you, if I'm not mistaken. She always swore that she would never part with them until the day Elwyn's sons returned. And now that day has come. Why, you'll be able to take your bearers back as well.
My bearers. Forgive me, Master Mayor. I was a child when last I came to Eastpool. I didn't recognize you.
Oh, much has changed since Rosaria fell to the Empire. Not least for the bearers, who once served her noble families.
You know, it's something that makes... I know he ends up being a retainer of a noble person, so that kind of doesn't count, but like...
13 years back, many who
Is that
lost
something
their
that kind of
masters
makes, like,
fled here
Vaughn
in search
different
of sanctuary.
at the beginning of 12, as he has no real connection to, like,
The plan
royalty
was
or
to send them
establishment
home
or any groups
once
or
we'd
anything.
won back the capital. But then the Imperials arrived. Rosaria became a province of San
You said
the Duchy
Zell?
was dissolved,
No,
and they no
Vaughn.
longer had
Oh,
any
Vaughn.
home to return to.
I know eventually he becomes a retainer
Back
to, like, you know,
in
the
your
princess and
father's
whatever,
day,
but, like...
Any bearer who lost their master became a ward of
I
the
know not
Duchy.
necessarily officially
We'd
that that's
hand them
basically
over
what
to
he is by the
sheriffs,
end of the
and they'd
game,
be
you know.
assigned a new
But at
position.
the beginning and stuff, you know,
When
he's
we
not
saw
like,
how
you know,
the
part of the
Empire
knights or
treated their
royalty or,
grounded,
you
Yeah.
know,
knew
a
that wasn't
weapon
an
of the
option.
enemy or anything like that.
So they've been here ever since.
But I guess in
To give them to me.
in 3,
They're yours.
I want to say
by
you're just
right,
some kids
Lord Rosfield,
starting out.
bequeathed you by your late father. And they'd
Well,
be better off serving
the
you
way
than
the
hiding here.
DS version starts out, you're just
Many
some
of
kids
them
that fall in
used
a
to
hole.
serve your house, and
I don't know how well that
still considered
translates to the NES
Rosfields their
version.
masters.
The main
I'm
difference
no
with the
one's
NES
master.
version is There's no individualizing characterization to any of the characters, and I want to say they're all guys. It's kind of like the first one where it's like, what names did you give them?
Understand. You'll forgive an old
Because they all start out, you know, looking the same, and I think they might all have a different color, but they're all, you know, they all start as Onionites, and they're only after that whatever you make them. And they don't have a, like, it's not like in 5 where, like, this is my street clothes form.
One of the bearers is an elderly fellow who still swears absolute loyalty to Archduke Elwyn. I don't ask that you take him into your service.
I guess it's kind of like Tactics, but even Tactics has like the main character who has, you know, it's like, well, this is just what I look like.
And that he's as fine a man as his father ever was.
It would be my honor.
Thank you, my lord. He sits by the well most days, watching the people go about their business. If you could show him your face, I would be most grateful.
Alright.
As fine a man as my father.
You're not so very different, you know. Especially dressed like that. Come on, let's go and meet that bearer. He's not here.
Well, I can't leave without meeting him. I've let the mayor down once already. It would be cruel to disappoint him again.
Right, let's ask around. Someone must have seen him.
Well...
Good day, milady.
You at least got to the point in 12 where you went around as Vaughn being like, I'm Vaughn Bosch Ronsenberger.
An elderly fellow who used to serve the Rosefields. Have you seen him?
Ah,
you know, you at least do that quest.
No, like I said,
no sign of him today. Funny, he's usually.
I guess usually not when you barely played it at all, or not have played it, right? It's kind of set up
feasts.
Yeah. So I think the furthest I've actually gotten
into
it is like
at Rosalith Castle back in the day. Still thinks he's there now. You'd often hear the poor fool chatting away to the Archduke. Living in a dream he is.
I think I got to like the weird maze prison thing. A lot with games.
We'll keep looking.
No, I get that.
I have a larger backlog than I care to admit to.
12 is one of those games I've played through it enough times that I could go through it basically the way I am 7, you know what I mean? I don't know it quite as well, but that game's a little harder to know. If that makes any sense, there's a lot more randomness to it.
You wouldn't happen to have seen him, would you?
Ah, you mean the old boy who always waits by the well?
Yes, that's him.
What business do you have with him, if you don't mind me asking?
No, and while we got people here, just want to remind everyone that we're going to be playing through Final Fantasy 16. Then we're going to go through 7 Remake, and we are eagerly anticipating Rebirth.
Yeah.
In the meantime, friend Nerd Leader here is going to be playing through the OG Final Fantasy 7, although it's like the PS5 version, so it's like the PC port, where everything looks super crisp and clear except for like a handful of
something that
backgrounds.
had really the old graphics was the photo. When Sephiroth's like, here, look at the photo, and it's him, Zack, and Tifa.
Yeah,
that was like blurry as hell, man.
Thank you.
The train graveyard got me. When I saw that the first time, I was like, oh, come on.
Oh, hold on a mo. Patrick the Chocobo Keeper might know where your bearer is.
But yeah, no, something that has been making funky is like there's been a lot of times when like for whatever reason there's like no music.
Patrick the Chocobo Keeper. Thank you.
Sound is weird in that one.
Yeah.
But it's still like a fun game.
Oh yeah, no,
nothing that happens with it is like it just absolutely ruins my enjoyment.
It can't be helped if we're to keep
I know that there's some communities out there that if even the slightest thing is off, game ruined.
Something I didn't expect is the scene from like where Cloud's about to hack Eris in the back of the head to when like the Genova boss fight starts was blocked.
Huh. Oh. Because Sephiroth drops down and that's a big spoiler right now. Wow.
Because other things, nothing else has been like. There's been all sorts of revelations and stuff, and none of it's been. There's ever since that happened. There's some other stuff. I'm like, well, they can do it with this, but no.
I take my eyes off him for one
See, this is why I
disappears.
need to
He's not
work
in his
out
usual spot by the well, nor
what I
anywhere
need
else in the
to get the PS5 to stream directly to the PC.
You
So that
must
kind
be
of shit
Patrick.
stops.
I am, but
And this bearer you're looking for, he's an elderly man who used to work in the Rosalith Castle kitchens, yes?
that's the fella. How do you know all this? I've never seen you in Eastpool before, but you seem to know the place better than I do myself.
Well, we used to live here. Yeah, you know.
Ah, so that's how it is. Well then, if you're acting under orders of the mayor, you're on about to help me find him. He's been losing what little sense he had left of late, saying the sheriffs are coming to collect him, and that he needs to go back to the castle. I was supposed to watch over him, keep him out of trouble. But if he's walked out on us, there's not a lot I can do.
Yeah, there is. You could walk out looking for him.
Understood. You keep searching here, we'll look for him outside.
Thank you. I'm in your debt.
I hope he hasn't wandered into trouble.
Let's just concentrate on finding him.
I know the graphics are better, but this game aesthetically makes me think of like Japanese Skyrim.
Drink up now.
Still no sign. Could he have strayed even further?
Like, you ever seen Skyrim with like anime mods?
A few.
I mean, this is kind of what it ends up looking like, unless you're going for like, you know, something lewd.
You know, Skyrim's got a lot of weird mods.
It might be him. We should hurry.
Oh god. People used to have like those weird pony mods.
What I thought was weird was the one where your race was a spider that was like riding on a body that it put controls on. You remember when like you ever see the SpongeBob episode where like Plankton has machine and racial abilities for? I know there was a mod where you could be I remember the original one was just a bear-shaped guy, but initially there was one where this was like, you know, on the computer or whatever, but where you could actually be the bear model, but you would run around with like human animations.
Stay down.
I don't know what it was called.
You lose.
Oh, I was wondering if you'd be not in the fight when you anymore, but I guess so. Because I noticed that was one of those not so much kill them all, kill the requisite number ones.
Are you alright, my friend? Come on. Let's go home.
Your Grace, you came for me. I waited for you so long, but you finally came.
I'm not who you think.
Clive.
Yes. Pray forgive my long delay.
It's nothing, Your Grace. I prayed to the Founder that you would come, and at long last, he answered. Will we be returning to the castle, then? There is still a place for me in the kitchens?
No, my friend. We will not be returning to the castle, not yet. I'm on a very important expedition. One which may take some time.
You know, looking at Clive's sword,
wait for me in East
it's the sword of power.
Until my journey
you're right.
I will come
They just added a little
I mean, it's got a
thing
much longer
to it.
handle, but yeah.
Of course, Your Grace.
I wonder if he yells out, "I have the power."
Gladly wait until my dying day.
That is the most. He-Man is the most like revived, canceled, revived, canceled, revived, canceled thing
Thank you,
in
both
history.
of you. You've been most kind. The memory of serving the late Archduke was as one light in the darkness, and now that light burns a little more brightly.
I don't mean the ones that came with the toys, but back in the day, it did have a comic, right? Who did it? Was it like, you know, Marvel or Archie or like?
I want to say it was Marvel.
The blight is on our doorstep. Our harvests are failing. The people
But you know,
are leaving
DC
in
did a
droves.
fair few of those too. Like not He-Man, but they did like other
For Lady
properties.
Hannah selling half her worldly goods to provide for the few of us who stayed behind, we would long since have starved. We want to keep the bearers safe here, we really do. But unless a miracle happens, we won't be able to spare a crust of bread to share between them soon enough.
Is it really that bad?
So bad, I even petitioned the Imperial garrison to take them. But when they found out where they'd come from, they damn near spat in our faces. Ducal dogs, they called them. Enemies of the Empire.
I know a man named Sid, who would gladly give a home to any bearer in need of one. Leave this with me. As soon as I return from Phoenix Gate, I'll speak with him.
Thank you, my lord. Will you be passing through Eastpool on your way back? I should very much like to speak with you again, if you have the time, regarding the future of the village, and what might be done for Lady Hannah, after all she's done for us.
Yes, of course. I'll be back anon.
Fare you well, my lord.
What was that fling, like, stuff falling through the air behind him for a while there? I thought it was like pollen or like ashes from a fire. There you go. Is it just because you were doing quest stuff or?
Probably.
Okay.
It's there for dramatic flair.
Yeah. Well, you know, I had to start realizing that was a thing in Elden Ring. Like, I didn't realize that there were sound effects for, like, you stun this guy, or this or that. And I was like, oh, I need to be paying attention to that.
Well, you know, some of that dramatic flair you need to pay attention to, because when it rains leaves, you're getting, like, extra experience.
Oh.
The Deadlands are aptly named.
I want to say it's
I didn't
double.
realize they were this close.
Okay.
No wonder their crops are failing. The blight is leaching the ether from the soil.
Because that's when you really need
When
to
the
kill
last
it,
drop is
is
drained,
double
their
the
fields will
XP.
turn to this.
Yeah.
But it's like a random thing. I don't know if there's a way to tell when it's going to happen or anything like that.
Is there anywhere, like, up on the Atlas Plateau that it's more likely?
Magic here.
Another thing to worry about.
I don't think
As if
so.
the absence of ether didn't
Okay.
cause enough problems.
Take away the lad's life force, and problems are all that's left.
I also think it's a region thing.
So, like, while it's happening, it's just in Caelid or just in Lemuria or whatever?
I think.
Okay.
I remember. It was beautiful.
Man, watching him, like, run up this hill is making me tired. So those travel points, I remember he say you could use them as markers, or are they just landmarks?
The travel points.
Okay.
Where it all went wrong.
Come on, Clive. It's time to discover the truth.
You know, I don't know. For some reason I was worried that Clyde would have a punchable face, but he really doesn't. You know what I mean?
No, he does.
Well, not as much as I thought he did.
Yeah, you know.
It's more like I would have punched him because it would make him sad, less on principle.
Well, he's already sad.
Yeah. I mean, he's the kind of guy you come in and punch him in the shoulder and be like, why, man? You know, that would get really pissed and kill you. I don't know.
It's almost as if time had stood still.
I suppose no one had any cause to return here. No. It's just as I left it.
You just step on a very charred hand or something.
Could I have done this?
Could anyone?
No, bro, you didn't do it. Fred did.
What is it, Torgal?
Clive.
That's him.
Get him.
He's the only one who can tell me what happened. I have to know. Where is he?
Nowhere to be seen.
Damn it! He's like a bloody eel.
What is this place, anyway? Some sort of shrine?
Oh, sorry. You've never been here before. This is the Hall of the Gate.
The gate?
It's a relic of the Fallen. Only the Phoenix's dominant can open it.
Hence the castle's name. This was where Joshua was supposed to...
Yes. He would have stepped through this door the next morning and listened to the words of our ancestors.
Would you have gone with him?
No. The apodatory is holy ground. None but the dominant may enter. I and the other shields would have stood guard here and prayed for my brother's safe return. Where the hell did he go?
Perhaps he went inside.
He couldn't have. He'd need the power of the Phoenix.
Pretty lights.
Thank you, Joshua.
Are you sure about this?
No.
Nevermore.
Well, I'm glad one of us is.
What, are they going to the far plane or something?
Another gate. Let's see if this one opens.
No.
Could this place really be a fallen ruin?
You could hardly call it a ruin. It's perfect. Like it was built yesterday.
That's what these swirly designs
like
ruins are over there. It's the ancients of this game.
Mm-hmm. And down we go. Whoop.
What do we do?
So much exposition, I forgot that there was a game.
That's enough.
That was a bit of experience.
More trouble. How can these things still function?
How can any of this?
I want to say
Must
those
be what
orb
the
things that I
fallen
was
ruins
just
were like
fighting are
before they
basically bombs.
Oh.
I think I fight something here in a minute that's just like, okay, that's a bomb. Maybe I'm thinking of something else though. You know, I hate my memory sometimes with these things.
Oh no, I know what you mean. Like, okay, even I know that when I come across what I come across, I'll know what I need to do. But I've gotten far enough in Final Fantasy VII that I don't remember the order of events, and I keep coming across them. I'm like, oh, that's what's next. You know.
Well, I don't sit and play this stuff as often as I'd like to, and it just doesn't stay fresh in my memory like it used to.
Looks like it could take a beating.
Then let's give it one.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Damn.
That's better.
It always catches me while I'm charging my fireball. That time just got me excited before timing. God, I'm not dodging any of this stuff. Oh my god. Parry so infrequently, I forgot that I had it.
Not this time.
No. Damn it. Damn. Cool. Not cool.
Oh, nice. Totally got out of it. Like the rewarded for it and everything.
Sense to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I used up more healing than I wanted to.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know what you mean.
Ah, this is how I know I'm going the right way. An item I haven't picked up. Hey, potion. High potion? Yes? Yes.
Oh. What was the Final Fantasy game where if you were full on an item, it would give you what you would have got for selling it?
Sorry, run that by me again.
In one of the Final Fantasy games, maybe it's a side one like Tactics or something, I can't remember, but in one of them, if you had like 99 of like, let's say, Phoenix Downs or whatever, right? And you got another one, or you got 3 of them, however many it was, it would give you the, what if you had sold it value in like whatever the currency bill or whatever was in that one, you know? I feel like that was a Final Fantasy game, but I don't think it was something else. These are definitely bombs.
That's what they're called.
This time.
I don't remember. I want to say that was something. I don't think that was a Tactics. I think.
No. At least not that I ever heard about. I imagine the Phoenix would receive a warmer welcome.
There was a thing though, right?
Here we go again.
I do recall something like that.
Surrounded by contraptions hell-bent on murdering us, I expect. Could the hooded man really have taken this path?
We won't know until we've followed it all the way to the end. Come on, let's keep looking.
Chest of money. Wow. It's not often I run into that in this game.
Oh man.
Damn. Damn. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because I could see comparing the dodging this directly to Dark Souls, but it's a different, older kind of dodging. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Need to end this quickly.
Man. Just can't. I don't know, I'm just not getting that timing down.
Not this time. Not this time. I'm glad you're here.
Ah.
Toggle. Too slow.
Oh, cool. That was the last one. I have noticed your companions are a little more helpful than I thought they'd be. It's like, when you first started ignoring the minions, I was like, is that going to do them in? But they really started killing the ball guys, and then I guess I got most of those guys.
Guess I ran to the wrong side of the room.
This seems right. This looks more like the outside of one of these doors. Especially because it's just lit up like, hey, go this way, bro.
You know what these odd doors oddly remind me of? You know in Final Fantasy IV, whenever you're in like the Tower of Zot and the Tower of Babel?
Yeah.
You know, like those doors that had like the weird like globes over them?
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. It's giving me it's giving me that that feel.
That's enough.
Look out! There's more of them.
They'll fall like the rest.
I mean, I assume in this Omega's gonna be some kind of fallen, you know, enemy. So these guys make me think of little Omegas.
Stay down.
Good thing these enemies are not like immune to my fire.
Yeah. Well, in the Ifrit Phoenix fight, I was like, that's probably not going to be an issue after I saw that happen.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough.
Although I have wondered if are they any less affected by it than like a wood creature would be or anything like that.
I've not seen anything that would indicate that to me, but because I figured like plant monsters would be that way.
Yeah.
And I fought a ton of those.
Yeah, they don't seem to be. I mean, they don't seem to be particularly tough, but it doesn't seem that you're beating them up more and more like they're just not tough.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
You know why you don't like it? That's why you don't like it.
Oh wow, now you're trying already.
Seems the feeling's mutual.
Oh, bogus. Whoa. Ah. Two in a row. Fuck yeah.
Not for long, it isn't. With me.
If I'm crazy, you can get it, so I'm not going to do that. There you go. Cool.
This is our chance.
Oh, jump basically right into that.
Wow. I think getting your shoulder actually hurt you less than it hit you with the sword, though.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, something I noticed was tricky about dodging his swings was that they started slow but had exponential growth in their curve. or
well,
not growth and their, like speed. They just kept like it got really fast by the end of it. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, I'll make no excuses. He brought it to my he brought it to me, and then I brought it back.
Yeah.
So, bam.
You know, he kind of makes me think of Steiner. It's mostly the shoes, though.
What are these creatures? And why do they keep attacking us?
Because they don't like you. I don't like you.
They're probably asking themselves the same thing.
Yeah, there's a funny line in Star Wars, you know, and
they're just protecting
that robot chicken bit where him and the guy go to the bar.
Oh,
right? And the guy like is in the background not speaking English or basic or common or whatever. And he's like, "No, I'm totally a nice guy."
Yeah.
And he walks up and just murders the shit out of both of them.
Yeah. I actually think about that bit sometimes.
Is that some kind of mural?
It's worth a closer look, whatever it is.
And away we go. Because I needed to open that door for reasons.
Yeah, I was thinking the way he can move, he could just like jump right over this little wall here in the low parts. But
I don't think there's a boss fight here. I think this is just, hey, here's exposition.
All right then. This time.
Damn. Damn.
That's a surprisingly good defense.
I'm dead. Oh man. I had another heal. Oh my god. I'm not dead. I expect his attack to happen sooner.
Thank you, Jill. Not this time.
Yeah.
How did that not count as an evasion? That was bogus.
My wounds, boy. Too slow.
Yeah, come on. Yes.
What the hell was that thing? It wasn't like the others.
It would seem this place holds even more secrets than we thought.
You just killed one of your ancestors. You're just like, hey, bro, and you're like, oh, he's gonna die.
That's totally what's up. I need to open doors so I can go to doors to open other doors.
Look out! Yeah. Stay down.
Oh, you can pick up your potions and stuff.
Need the motion.
So you store those pinches of ash individually or all in one stack?
Individually.
Good.
What have we here?
Another fallen wonder.
Oh yeah, this is a thing. What was the thing? Ah, yes, I have to come up here. And then do this one. It's like the same thing, I think. Like I said, I had to go open the door, so I could open this door, to go open another door.
Oh, yeah. Stumped it, yeah.
Hey, you know how you just, like, killed, like, 2 bosses in a row? Here's some more shit to fight.
Yeah.
It's over. Lights.
Well, that did something.
Indeed it did, Jill. Thank you for playing. What was the other thing I had to do? So I had to do this.
There's a point when your level of security gets ridiculous. I mean, this is like if you had to put your password in this many times to get into a computer. It's the same password every time, but you have to get to each place and put it in. You know. I mean, even like I don't think there's, you know, this many checks to like nukes. You know what I mean?
So, it isn't a dead end after all.
You know, I feel like that
Apparently
happens
not.
sometimes while I'm trying to get into stuff. Like I'm trying to get into like the YouTube account,
Uh,
and it says you put in the wrong password. The hell I did.
It all seems to lead to this room.
And look what's in it. How old do you suppose this is? 1,000 years? More?
I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before. Who is that in the middle, do you think? Some sort of god?
Or maybe some sort of monster?
Yeah.
You're him. The second dominant of fire. Who are you?
Next time.
That is definitely where the anime would have been the to be continued part.
Yeah.
What? I'm back. Joshua!
Man, he is messing that bird up.
Yeah.
Please! Stop! I did this. I killed him. Joshua chose me to be his shield. He gave me his blessing and asked me to keep him safe. I should have protected him that day. It was my duty.
Yeah, that's how it goes, isn't it?
Joshua. I'm sorry. I failed you. Joshua died. I killed him. And I blamed another for what I did. To spare myself the guilt. I feared that by accepting it, I would lose what little was left of me. So I ran. From everything. And now? Are you ready to accept the truth? I am. I know it won't be easy, but it's what I must do. So that Joshua's soul can finally rest in peace.
This is where he should have just been like, spoiler warning.
Ifrit. Show me who you truly are.
Bro, we've been over this on you. Yep, Final Fantasy 16. It's a fun game. You played it? Wow.
Not this time.
Oh, dang. Wait, no, that didn't. Okay. Ooh. Brutal.
Not this time. Too slow.
Again, how did that not count as a dodge? He definitely does his scorched earth.
Well, at that distance, I don't know. Ow.
He's not that far from being killed. Cool.
Yes. You know, I had some concerns that I was gonna have to restart that one.
No. I was just thinking he's like, my left foot, my one weakness.
Oh man.
I was wondering if you do the Sea Soul mirror match.
Still you deny it. Even when the truth's staring right at you. Come on, Clive. Face your fears.
Oh, I am so fucked.
Forgive me.
Hey.
I'm so fucked.
I have to say that did feel like a little bit of an ask, like right after the not Bahamut Ifrit fight.
Yeah, the game was like, "No, you got this."
Yeah.
If that's what you want.
Yeah, it did refill your potions.
That's a fun trick, everybody. You know, if you get stuck in a fight, just die at a particular point, and you will come back, pull everything. Ooh. Ooh.
Not this time.
Can you jump off his head though?
Yeah.
That. Oh, but that was bullshit.
Not this time. Too slow.
Come on, Clive. Kick your ass.
Yeah.
What?
You went all Devil May Cry on me.
Yep.
You went
here and everything.
You went Dante on me.
You'd have me learn by example.
Ooh.
Too slow.
Yeah. Ooh. Whoa!
Dang.
Yeah, that wiped me right the fuck out. That sucked. I didn't think that did that much damage, but here I am,
Yeah.
dead.
I see.
Hey, at least you're just playing the fight.
Yeah, but it's not really that far away. shit, I thought I touched it. Now we're back to where I was.
I mean, this is just the way to die with that?
Hopefully.
Yeah, there you go.
Not this time.
I am amused by this game's. That's not the only one I've seen do it, but well, I dodge that attack, so it doesn't matter if standing in fire.
There we go. Oh. Can't get away from him.
Not this time.
Kind of don't like that there's no way to like combo break at all. Even though he basically stops his attack. Bro, I'm beating your Dante in my base form.
No escape, eh? It's all right. I'm done running from you. Together, then. It's time to find out who we are, once and for all.
That's right. Accept the truth. How come my hair's not white? That's bullshit.
Show yourself, Ifrit.
anime fight. Not that there's anything wrong with that, I'm just saying.
Are you saying that the Japanese writers of this game were influenced by other Japanese media?
There's a good chance for that, yeah.
Alright, kaiju battle time.
I know the truth of it now. You are not afraid. I am.
He went from Super Saiyan to Visualizer. Bam. I lost track of which one I was there for a minute. Bam.
Oh, wow.
And I love it. Nice. Yes. Straight kicking this game's ass tonight.
Yeah.
That's how we roll up on this stream. You know, after we get worked a couple of times. Yeah, my eye always hurts too.
Clive, are you all right?
Jill. It's nothing. I'll be fine.
It's like, bro, you're clearly not fine.
Yeah.
No more chasing shadows. The hooded man isn't here. We should go.
Yeah, he is. He's you, you jerk. Oh well, what can you do?
Clive, are you sure you're all right? Whatever it is, you can tell me.
I had a hard enough time telling myself.
You're gonna be a jerk about it, Clive.
Yeah.
Right here in this castle. And I've been running from it ever since. But now I know for certain who I really am. The second icon of fire, who killed my brother and burned this castle to the ground, was me. Ifrit.
Clive.
There it is again.
I took so many lives that night, and destroyed so many more,
including yours. And I must atone for the crimes I've committed. But not before I learn the whole truth. How can a second icon of fire even exist? And why was I chosen as its dominant?
I mean, okay, let's look at this logically. His brother is an icon of fire, and a dominant, right? And he's like, why am I the host of a dominant fire? Bro, this shit is literally in your blood.
Yeah. Since I'm still breathing, I might as well make myself useful.
I mean, his bloodline, his family, have always been the dominant of fire, the Phoenix. It's a total mystery why he's the dominant, the second dominant fire.
There'll be time enough
I don't understand this. Why is this, bro? For real.
I was hoping you'd say that. I don't think I could do this without you. You never were one to hide from the truth, even when we were young. And you haven't changed a bit.
You're wrong. I have changed. But I don't want to be that person anymore. The things she did were unforgivable. And yet, they're what brought us back together.
Thank you, Jill.
I do kind of wonder if you'll go through the elements. I mean, like, she's ice, right? But are you eventually going to defeat Leviathan and get water, and, like,
if he is here,
you know, Titan and get earth, or whatever?
The disturbance I felt at the care must have been... Confound it. The hour is later than I thought.
It's a good question. It's a good question. And the only other dominants I've seen are, like, Odin and Bahamut. As well as, like, Ramu and, Shiva. Oh, and, Titan and, Garuda.
Yeah. But they were earth and wind, respectively, and then, you know, fire. I just, you know, I wonder if it's gonna be the four elements, or, you know.
Yeah. No, that's a good question.
Tell me, who did this, or I'll see you suffer the same fate.
The man who delivered the coffer said... He said Sid paid him.
I let you run amok with the rest of your rats, and this is how you repay me? Find out where he is. I'll crush him, flay him, rip out his heart, him and all his filthy brood. And send every last one of them out.
I think he's upset.
Yeah.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, I assume that's Garudia's remains.
Likely.
Benedicto.
Oh, thank God someone's finally going to explain this to me. Because it's not a Final Fantasy game without limit breaks.
I promised the mayor I'd talk to him again. About Lady Hannah amongst other things. Though she may be loath to leave, I can't help thinking she'd be safer with Sid too.
All right.
Yeah, that's what you think. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Hot damn.
We should arrange an introduction then.
Alright. Got Ifrit. Got Gruda.
Yeah.
Got Phoenix. And we were just...
Nothing good, I'll wager. Come on.
They needed to do that for drama. Oh my goodness.
What happened here?
Well, you saw it. They're just sitting there poking these dead people.
You'll pay for this.
Ah, we've got a live one.
What are you doing here? Answer me! Stay down. Remember our orders? No survivors.
Who would order such a thing?
I think I can arrange that.
It's over. Stay down.
Alright, you heard him. No survivors.
So what are those bars you got more of when you, like, did that thing?
Thought you could escape us, did
Guess
you,
those are-
Branded?
oh, I guess those are limit
You
break
were born
bars.
a
Yeah.
slave,
Okay,
and
yeah.
you'll die one. Kill all the ducal dogs.
Ducal dogs. Hey, we're innocent people. Stay down.
Tried to hit me from behind. That's a big no-no.
It's over. That's enough.
Right. As save the healer for last to let him know that he's no good.
Stay down. That's enough. That'll help. You will not take me. Put them all to the sword. Oh no.
Oh yeah, come on. Yeah. Okay, was that all of them? No? I bet there's more. Because there's always one more.
I thought there might have been a boss soul. I didn't think Grimid had a boss.
And those who sheltered them. By Empress Annabella's command.
My mother ordered this.
Clive.
I know. It can wait.
Yo, I'm trying to target. Okay, that's getting really fucking annoying.
Not this time. Bless her.
Damn. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, some of these attacks, like if the first one hits you, the second one hits you.
Not this time.
Yeah.
Ah. I think that should have counted as an evade. Oh well. But what do I know? I'm not the guy that programmed it, right?
I do kind of wonder what the parameters are. They seem to be one of those things that aren't necessarily hard to achieve, but are kind of specific, you know what I mean?
Yeah. things will happen.
You deserved so much better. All of these people did. Better than my mother.
Too late! Gav! Clive! Acting on the orders of the Duchess, eh? We knew East Pool was harbouring bearers. Thought they were safe enough hidden up here, but someone must have let slip. If they'd have only come to us sooner, none of this would have had to happen. Fuck!
My mother always did despise bearers. The way Father embraced them when the other nations spat on them as slaves. The way an accident of birth gave them a power that others lacked.
But why kill everyone? They meant no harm. They just wanted to be free.
That's the problem.
This world judges that a crime punishable by death. Which is why we're going to change it.
By killing a lot of people.
We want to help.
Thought you'd got your own stuff to be getting on with.
We do. But it can wait.
In that case, we should head back and tell Sid you've had a change of heart. He was always on it yet to join us.
All right.
We'd best be quick.
You think?
Last I heard, he was planning another excursion.
What about the villagers?
What about them? Oh, right.
Gonna leave yous lot to take care of things here.
Of course. We'll make sure they get a proper burial.
Thank you. All of you.
When you're ready, then.
I don't think Clive looks scruffy enough. He should have like more of a beard.
I get what you're saying. Like they went a little too for handsome as opposed to like grizzled.
Lead me to your nest. Lord Kupka's message for your leader. If only he knew where to send it.
Wow, that guy's terrible at sneaking around.
Yeah. I usually do my soliloquying at home.
That's where you're supposed to do it. Oh, goodness. Seems like good a time as any to remind people that we're just running through Final Fantasy 16. And then next after this is going to be the Final Fantasy 7 Remake. Hopefully by then, Rebirth will be out, because I'm not sure how long this is, honestly. For all I know, I'm like 3/4 of the way through. I doubt it, but you never know. Tomorrow we're going to play, well, Nerd Leader here is going to play original Final Fantasy 7, the PC port, on PS5, because the PlayStation 5 version has the PC port for some reason.
Look what the girl dragged.
And, you know, there's stuff to look forward to, so definitely, if you're watching, follow, and, yeah. Keep checking us out. In the meantime, we're gonna get back to this.
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so, we got... used in crafting. No valuable gillables. Okay.
Is that all?
Yeah.
I see I'm busy here. What do you want?
just need to go through and make sure that everything is all good here. Okay. Okay, I think that's all good for now. And okay.
Clive, was it?
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier. Didn't sound happy.
We're gonna play dress up. Oh, he looks like, what's his name from 10?
Oh,
Kamari.
Yeah, Kamari, yeah.
Couldn't think of his name.
Yeah, but even that, you're right, even that thing on his, like, paw was, like, reminiscent of the nature of his shields. That's the only way you have to do to unlock more costumes.
I don't know, play the game more?
Oh, yeah. Well, but I mean, I just wonder if it's one of those things that it's progress, is it side quests, you know, like, do you buy them?
I'm not sure. That's kind of a neat look there.
Yeah.
They even have a Moogle. I've never seen one in the flesh. I'm sure it said in my father's bestiary that they live deep in the forest, and that they never reveal themselves to humans. Nectar, you say? Clive. So it would seem.
So it would seem?
Yeah, that was kind of a yes or no answer, Clive.
I mean...
That sounds...
That's something that kind of, like, gets me in games, and, like, there is no explanation for why you understand me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't mind me. Just taking a quick...
We can keep running. Or we can walk through this door.
Well... I don't know why I stopped to talk to you for that.
This place is getting more crowded by the day.
I tell myself the bustle's a blessing. There'll be time enough for quiet contemplation when I'm dead.
Yeah, it's always what I say. Rest is for the dead and the lazy.
Did you find the answers you were looking for?
I still don't know what to make of this gift, curse, or whatever it is I've been given. But there is one thing I can say for certain. I am a dominant, Ifrit. And there is nothing I can do to change that.
How you can kill it or change it?
Yeah.
I mean, not that I advocate suicide or anything, but that would definitely change the situation, right?
Forgiveness and in turn salvation can only begin with acceptance. It's a path we all must walk, no matter how colourful our histories.
Sid, you once told me that you wanted to build a place where people could die on their own terms.
I did.
I've been thinking about that. Why not a place where people can live on their own terms? For 13 years, killing was all I knew. So obsessed with death that I never stopped to consider the lives of those around me. Lives that
I didn't realize
see
it
now were
glowed.
scarcely worth living.
I don't know if you noticed that on
Oh
his
yeah,
chest.
it's got the kind of flowing
Bearers or beggars.
flame stuff behind it.
Most
Yeah.
march blindly to their end, never realizing that they too deserve a choice. And I dare not turn a blind eye to their suffering any longer.
So, atonement then, is it?
That was the answer we found.
The only one we need.
Oh, so you're a couple now. Okay. I don't know when that happened, but okay. I mean, that was clearly where the story was going, but it just kind of decided to just drop it on you, like, alright.
Yeah.
Fire and ice. This plan of mine might just work.
Oh wow, we open up the.
What trouble are you looking to get yourself into now?
Series theme.
The best kind. We're going to sneak into the Imperial capital and pay a visit to Mother.
Yeah. Earlier.
Yeah.
And the last of our farmholds in the eastern provinces has succumbed to the blight.
Without their yield, we'll be hard-pressed to fill the capital's granaries before winter.
If there is a capital by then, the black creeps closer as we speak.
And yet you do naught but bawl and bluster.
Your Radiance?
If it is fertile land the Empire requires, we need but look south.
If you mean the crystalline Dominion's holdings, we are bound by mutual accord. Theirs is a neutral state whose borders we are sworn to respect.
Gentlemen, did we swear to see our people starve?
Well, I really do think
The gates of Oriflamme buckle at the flood of those come seeking refuge from the blight. If there is not grain enough to feed those within our walls, how, pray tell, will we feed those without? But instead of setting your minds to riddles such as these, you lock horns with an enemy from across the sea, sending our soldiers to the slaughter in their thousands.
That's right.
The Empire bleeds, and you sit here prattling like crones in a tea house. And you fancy yourselves leaders of men. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. We are but their servants. If their land is being wrested away, it is our duty to claim new lands for them.
Your Radiance! You cannot mean a war of conquest.
That is exactly what I mean. It is time we expanded our dominion. This is the will of great Grieger.
Is it? I like how everyone at the table's like, yo.
We must find a way to distract the citizenry. But how much will that cost? And what of our legions? Shall we raise the furs?
Well, someone will have to contend with the Dalnecs.
I will not keep you. You all have much to do. Where is my son?
The Lord Prince is currently garrisoned at the Strait of Arthur. If it please you, I can send word requesting his immediate return to the Holy Capital.
That won't be necessary.
Who builds stuff like
Tell
this?
him instead to see to his wound.
Like that, this immense castle that they're all in. Like, who builds shit like this?
Well, I want to say the reason that it goes back as far as it does, but stops after a certain point is, I mean, you know, kings and other people with way too much time and resources on their hands, but
I must have misheard.
having huge
You mean to tell me
slave
that the mother
workforces to
crystals are
make
the
it,
reason
you know
the
what I
world
mean?
is dying?
Hmm.
Are you mad?
I know in
I've been called that on occasion, but no,
in
not
parts
today.
of Europe there was like some lords that like
We've
they
all
just
seen
built
it firsthand.
ostentatious shit just to build it
Where once were
at the
green
expense
meadows,
of like everybody else
land
around them.
trained so dry of its ether,
And they didn't
not
care. They
even
were
the
like,
rats remained.
but I want it.
But where was it all gone?
I mean, if you think about it, most of the wonders of the ancient world are like that. I mean, as neat as the idea of the Colossus is, it's like, how practical is this huge Colossus holding a lantern out by a port somewhere? It's like just build a tower, dude. Come on. How much does that cost the taxpayers?
You know, I wonder if the architect brought that up as like, you know, a tower would be easier, right?
Yeah.
By drawing ambient ether from
Well, maybe the first one did, and then they skimmed it, and the next one was like, you know, this is a pretty cool idea.
It's easy. They're mined from the mother crystals.
They're one and the
He
same.
watches the first architect get like slaughtered, and he's like,
more
I think this is an awesome idea.
Yeah.
The mother crystals are massive. Some as large as mountains.
So you see the problem. Imagine just how much ether can be drawn by something that size. As to where it's all going, mind, well, I can't know everything, can I?
We are told
You know,
that the mother crystals are divine.
As
Their
much as
ether
stuff
given
like
from the heavens.
remakes and remakes are, I kind of wonder, and I know some of those things is basically impossible to ever really find out, but like,
Fallen for want of that gift.
like let's say you switched this one and like Five's place and time, and this one was made back then, and you know 5 was made now, the same, basically the same intent and all that, but you know with modern graphics and old graphics and what's in and out in systems and stuff, and
The higher ups, the gods themselves.
because like, do you think 4 would be more or less interesting with this kind of camera work and storytelling, or do you think it would lose something being so specifically dramatic with specific voices and stuff?
There'd be a lot more things in the story that would be clear.
Yeah.
Because okay, not that 4 isn't clear, right? Like there's absolutely like no confusing what's happening in the story because it just it spells it out pretty good. But there's like a handful of times, like say when Cain betrays you, he's like hits you or whatever, and then you just kind of like go off to the side. No, that would be like what actually happened in that exchange would be a lot more. Oh, that's what he did.
No, I know what you mean, because like, as well as like, let's say Chrono Trigger tells its story, like comparatively, there's no ambiguity in Final Fantasy XII's story. I mean, sure, there's concepts that are like, what do they mean? But it's like you literally know what Vaughn is doing in a scene, where his hands are. You know, like, yeah.
So I think that's what would it be.
It's about time I repaid your faith.
Of course, I do kind of wonder, like,
You could have just said aye. But it's nice to have you aboard all the same.
like what names in this people would just not pronounce right. Like, I don't even know how most of the names in this are spelled. I just know what they said their names were. You know what I mean?
Sid's full name. that would be a contention point.
What have I got myself into?
Well, like, okay, Yang in Final Fantasy IV. I don't care what that remake says. It's Yang. It's not Yang.
No, I know what you mean. I feel the same way about Tidus. I mean, you know, there's a lot of them. Like Yuffie, Yuffie, I don't know. Ketchi, Kate Sith, whatever. But like, come on, man.
Yang, are you fucking with me?
So what God's forsaken corner of the realm is Sid dragging
No, I
off
meant
to
with
this
Titus.
time?
Oh yeah.
Tidus. I mean, like, that's literally a name in our language. I know you can pronounce a lot of stuff however you want, but like...
Yeah, I don't know. There's some oddball stuff. Well, you know, like the difference between like,
I mean,
Cecil and Cecil.
Yeah. Like, okay, I called him Cecil forever, only until like I've heard someone call him Cecil before, but you were the first person who I thought maybe knew what they were talking about when it came to that and said it that way. And I'm like, oh, you know, I actually looked at the name and it spelled just like Sideshow Bob's brother. So yes, you're right. Although then I started making, you know, Sideshow Cecil jokes.
Find a buyer.
Sideshow Cecil.
Because I mean, if you think about it, like you remember we were talking about, you know, the joke of, you know, you go through and Bond's like, I want to be a sky pirate. I just thinking of something like that where it's like, hello, I'm protagonist Cecil. Something, I know he has trauma and stuff, but something that sets him apart is how normal he is compared to a lot of the other protagonists. He's not insane, he's not an orphan. I mean, he kind of is, but like...
No, Cecil definitely has, like, the hero's origins. You know, like, that shit is like,
Just go and see Otto, will ya?
What's that author's name? Steve Campbell? Hero of a Thousand Faces.
Oh, yeah.
That is Cecil. That book is Cecil's journey.
You do literally go to the underworld and come back.
You know, there are... If I were just to describe it vague enough, I would literally be describing anything from, like, Final Fantasy IV to Star Wars.
Would you say that the Odin battle and succeeding at that is saving your father from the, you know, like, what is it, the whale or whatever?
I mean, you could make that argument probably.
But I know what you mean, because, like... Well, becoming a good guy is part of the whole, whatchamacallit, hero's journey, but it's like, it's almost like he starts with a little bit of extra steps at the beginning, because usually in the hero's journey, they're not a villain. So if you think about it, part of what makes Cecil questionable in alignment at the beginning is he just follows any orders.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, once he hit, like, okay, so he's sent on a quest to do a thing, right? Yeah. And he goes, and then he decides to spare Rydea, and that's his point of no return. He can't go back to Baron after that. He can't just go back and be like, well, I did my job.
Yeah, I guess even, like, former allies show up and he kills them to save her after that.
Yeah.
Because those aren't even like monsters and stuff, it's just soldiers.
Yeah. I always killed the captain first. And he takes forever to kill.
If you kill the min, he runs away, right? But it's not this true the other way around.
So, what makes it awesome is if you kill the captain, they will kill themselves.
I guess, I forget they only do what they're supposed to if he's like, attack!
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
No, they'll still attack. It's just they'll hit a random target.
Oh, yeah.
And that target has a fairly decent chance of being themselves.
Oh, that's kind of what I meant. They only do what they're supposed to. They're only effective enemies if he's like goading them on the whole time. But,
yeah.
I know you're coming. We go way back. This is a true friend of the cause. I'm sure you'll get on like
you know, Cecil's introduced to a wise sage character very early on that gives him direction with Tella.
Yeah.
Tella then has his own kind of thing where he just kind of jets out or whatever. But I mean, Well, no, I take that back. The sage from Mysidia, he tells him about being a paladin.
Yeah.
And he's introduced it to, like, unique magic that, you know, that underlies his, like, unique origins of being a moon man.
I was just say, to be a paladin has to do with his lineage, right? Yeah, he has. Only they do it or whatever.
Well, at Mount Ordeals, he's imparted with his father's last bit of light.
Okay.
Which makes him, you know, a paladin.
Mount Ordeals is at least Lunarian technology or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
Oh, you're the new lad, aren't you?
So it's, you know.
Goats at your service. Well, at the
It's some point I need to sit down and figure out which are all the Final Fantasy games we run into the Ancients, because they're another example of, like, you know, kind of like in this, they're what the,
might warrant the attention of the curse breakers?
Fallen.
Yeah, the Fallen. And then, like, they're, you know, they're mentioned in the first one, I don't remember what they call them in that, you know, in 7 they're literally just the Ancients.
I'll warrant a strapping lad like you's got people begging him for help wherever
like,
you go.
in 12,
Anyway, if you're ever
there is some of that stuff, but you know how the skeletons, it's like, what's with the clothes they wear and stuff?
Yeah.
Their lore is they're the Ancients. The Ancients are that dead in that one. All the, not all the undead you run across in the game. And by Ancients, I don't even mean like King Wraithwall. He's more like, you know, from a while back, but modern history. Like, these guys are like, you know, if anyone has ancient, like,
anything catch your eye?
stuff, it would be them. But
seen enough?
But you know, something that is a very recurring, although it's not always easy to realize it, even if they straight up say that's what it is, thing in Final Fantasy games is a floating city. In 7, it's Midgar.
Yeah.
Yours is not a familiar face. Are you new to the hideaway, perchance?
You could say that.
Well then, allow me to welcome you.
I mean, you count this like the city on the moon, right?
Yeah.
Floating city. Yeah.
I mean, it's usually in a tornado, but it's not always like Midgar or the moon. Or like, oh, I guess it is in 12. In 12, Bahamut, the city in the sky, and like, I don't remember what else is all mixed together in that. I think it's the floating tower. Or no, oh no, a lot of them have a tornado you have to get into. Not as many as have a floating city, but there's usually a tornado you have to get inside of Final Fantasy games. Sometimes it's like
there's the prison in 8 like that, isn't it?
That sounds right.
You would care to listen. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
But in 8 and stuff, like the Lunatic Pandora is an example of like whatever is from the ancients in that.
I have quite the find for you today. What subject shall we consider today?
Oh, look at that, I'm a person of interest. Oh, wow. If you don't remember what the fuck you're doing...
How old is Clive?
I don't know.
Okay. So it's not always true, but Final Fantasy protagonists tend to be on the younger side usually. But
anywhere between 16 and 30.
Did you learn everything you needed?
That's interesting how we're at a point in our lives where 30's on the young side.
Oh no, I've definitely got to the point where I'm an older Final Fantasy character. Only the ancient guys are older than I am, like Tella or something. Okay, we're older than Sid.
Yeah, which Sid?
7.
Okay. Well... He might still be a couple years on
Nothing
me.
too important, I hope.
Not just a letter. I lost everything. There's a hole in my damn pack, and fool that I am, I didn't bloody notice.
It can't be
Why
that bad,
would
surely.
ya?
How could it be any worse? I'm a courier. I carry things. If I can't do my job right, then what am I good for? Nothing, that's what. I buggered it right up. That means no herbs for the infirmary, and no fresh meat for our cooking pots. Worst of all, that letter I lost, it was for Sid. A letter he's been waiting on for days.
Maybe if you retrace your steps.
I'd scour Storm from coast to coast if I could, but there are curse breakers in the field, counting on my arrival. No, I'll just have to own up to Otto and Sid. They're gonna skin me alive.
Fine. Tell me where to look.
Are you serious? Thank you.
It sounds like the hideaway could use those supplies. So, where should I start?
Gotan's bales, perhaps? I took a tumble in the bushes when I was passing through. There's a chance my pack might have caught on something. If you can find everything I dropped, you'll be doing us all a favor. And if you can
I'm not
find
really a
Sid's
favor
letter,
guy.
you'll be saving my life.
I'm more of a pay me guy.
I'll find it.
Wonderful. Now, I have to run if I have to make my next delivery
I
in
was
time.
thinking, because this
I
game
trust
makes
you
me think
can
a lot
find
of
your way to
12, but
Gotan's
like,
bales.
Clive's kind of like, well, they're both
will
good
you?
guys.
Sid doesn't like to be kept
In,
waiting.
I guess, selfish or selflessness, he's kind of the opposite of Vaughn.
I'm sure he doesn't.
Because Vaughn, basically, when he does a quest, it's got to be a quest, or at least something that's going to lead to their like main story goal.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, everything else he comes across is like, oh, this is
I should
mine.
make for Sandbreck as soon as I can.
So I'm not trying to like paint him as overly selfish, but
he is overly selfish.
Well, he's one of the more. He's got like Zidane, where he's a good guy, but he's one of the more self-centered of the heroes.
Just following orders.
Funny, I never took you for the type.
Can't all be as obedient as you, Gav.
Eh?
Well, like Zidane's a lot more supportive of a friend, but he's also like.
Fine day for a little mischief.
I would say he's more self-centered than Cloud.
Hmm.
You know, like Cloud is like once you get to know him, he's all like, "Oh man, I care
Actually,
about
Gav
you."
won't be coming.
You know. I mean, there's
Just
even a
the
part
three
where
of
Barrett's like talking about something, and he's like, "Man, if you died, I'd get the willies."
Stone of the Empire. Oriflamme's in chaos, yes, but that doesn't mean we can march an army through her gates.
Well, that's why he's a jerk at the beginning. He's like, I don't want to know you people. They get easily attached.
And should that plan fail, well, we have our icons to fall back on.
Sid, I don't know if I can. Ifrit still seems to come and go as he pleases.
Ordinarily, priming an icon comes naturally to a dominance. But then, you are no ordinary dominance.
Well, he's still got the blessing of the Phoenix, doesn't he?
Not to mention what he sucked out of Garuda. And did I ever tell you about how he was once the greatest shield in Rosaria? You know, I reckon he could probably cut us a path out of the capital on his own if need be.
Let's try not to find out.
I am the guy.
Less likely to be spotted if we travel separately. I'll meet you in Northreach in a few days. You two behave now.
Okay, so I've got like other quests I gotta go finish that I'm not finished yet. Okay, I got this one here I need to go do. Ugh. Oh my goodness. Where are we doing? Oh, hey, more quests.
I have to find him before the Imperials. can't talk now. Oh, you're Clive, aren't you? Martha told me all about you. Word is you're a devil with that blade.
You look like you're in a hurry. Where are you going?
Not far, I hope. But I dare not waste a moment. It might cost a man his life.
Sounds serious. What happened?
Didn't you just hear him say he's in a hurry?
So what happened, but what might.
Yeah.
They've discovered he's a bearer, see? And now, one of his erstwhile friends and neighbors wants to see him clapped in chains.
Where is this bearer?
He wasn't fool enough to wait for the Imperials to arrive. Poor sod took to the road, left his whole life behind. But they'll be after him before long. I need to find him and get him to safety, fast. Here. If you've the time and the inclination, I could do with a hand. Will you help me find him?
Of course. We bearers have to look out for each other.
That was not your attitude yesterday.
With your help, we might catch up with him yet. His name's Norris. We need to find him and
Then
get him to
I guess
Martha
turning
before
into
the
a
Imperials
like
sniff him out.
You found him yet?
60 to 80 foot monster changes your perspective on things.
Yeah.
That fucking snake played me false, acted like he was one of us, and the old time he was one of them. We need him caught and handed over to the Imperials. Hanging's too good for him. Well,
God
go on
damn.
then. If he gets away, I'll see you fitted for a noose.
All right, Ronald. We were just leaving. Look, this one's here to help. I was just filling him in.
Ha! Send a bearer to catch a bearer, is it? Not bloody likely. That's it. I'll find the bastard myself.
Come on now, Ron. It's dangerous out there. We wouldn't want you to come to any harm.
You want something done right, you don't send a bearer.
Clive, this might take
No,
a
I
while.
mean, if you want something done right, you obviously don't send the guy that can shoot magic from his hands.
Yeah.
Someone said they saw Norris heading for the Fallen Gate.
I can see why you would not want to do that.
Way knows anything.
Right?
We have to find
Yeah.
him. Don't let him slip through our grasp.
Yeah, teleportation may only be so handy.
I better find this Norris before Ronald takes matters into his own hands. Bearers are hardly difficult to spot. What did he mean about being played false, I wonder?
To me, I thought this guy would be farther away.
You don't know a man called Norris, do you?
I do, as it happens. He ran off that way not too long back. Looked like he was in a right old
Oh,
hurry.
okay.
And he had a lantern with him for some reason. Never known him to stay out after dark.
He was making for the marshes then. All right. Thank you.
I guess it'd be too much to ask to just let me jump down, right? I hate everything.
I see it. I was thinking, where's the way down? But it's like... So this is right. Yeah.
Down we go. Come on, Clive, just slide down. Oh, don't be a wimp. Am I by myself? I thought I left with a party of people.
Huh. I see your dog, but... I don't remember a scene where you lost Jill.
I guess her... You know what? They're probably at the place they're expecting me to go to immediately that I was like, no. I have quests.
A lantern. The one Norris was carrying, no doubt. At least I know which way he went.
I'm glad you know.
I have to say, in real life, if I was at this point, I'd be like, that check's too obvious.
Norris. Norris, I presume.
Leave me be.
You were never branded. So that's how you stayed hidden.
Ronald sent you after me, did he? Set an Imperial dog on his best friend. And when we were so close. I'll never forget the hatred in his eyes. But it doesn't matter now. I will not become a slave. As one bearer to another, please. Don't do this. You know how they treat our kind.
Ronald didn't send me. One of Martha's men did. He wanted to make sure you were safe.
That's right, Clive. Just to get him into false security.
Takes in Paris. She's a friend. You can trust her. Believe me.
I never knew. I can't say I'm surprised, though. She has a kind heart. Kinder than most.
Just wait here and stay out of sight. We'll be among friends soon enough.
Yeah, brother. Just hang, chill.
Would have been so kind. And sorry. You're now Imperial Dog. Far from it.
I've been called worse. Oh,
today.
I found a lantern back there. I assume it's yours.
Thanks. I dropped it when those creatures attacked me. But if I'm honest, I wasn't all that sorry to be rid of it. Ron gave it to me.
All right. I'll keep hold of it. I might be able to use it to put an end to the Imperial surge before it begins. A bearer without a brand. To have lived free for so many years. Only to be betrayed by a friend.
Sometimes I don't know how thirsty I am until I start drinking something.
Nah. We talked about that earlier about eating.
Yeah. Maybe I've just gotten too good at ignoring my, like, I don't know what they're called, like, base impulses or something.
Poverty will do that to you.
Yeah.
No, that is what okay, so I put in my notice at targets that I could do this and kind of work on some other things.
Yeah.
And that was literally what I said. I was like, I'm putting in my notice and I'm going to come in and do my job because poverty's a thing and I'll be back.
I'll be fucked if I'm leaving this to a bearer. I'll go myself.
Are they still arguing?
Did he say he would be fucked if he left this to a bearer? What did he say?
Well,
I think that's what he said.
Have you found the bastard
I
yet?
forgot people like straight up like dropped F-bombs in this game.
Yeah.
Forgot this is one of the edgy ones.
Rated M for mature.
Do you think 8 would have been if they could get away with
how.
it? I only say that because that was one that tried to be kind of edgy.
It can't
I mean, it's got a whip chick in it.
Shall we consider that the end of the matter then? Or do you need to see a
I
body?
mean, the fact that she wears glasses and has a condescending attitude doesn't like
I've no use
convince
for
me any
bearer
less.
bones.
You know?
He's dead. Let that be an end to it. Only wish those whose job it was had done what they were supposed to do and spotted him sooner. Let the bearer go about without a brand. It's not right, I tell you.
I mean, I almost feel like
Want anything to do with me now, eh?
7 would have
There
been
goes the bearer
M
lover, they'll
if they were
say.
like,
I'll be
that
a
was so
laughing
well
stock.
in America. You know what I mean?
Well, okay.
Just from cussing, you know, I have a feeling that instead of all the times where there's like marks, a lot of that would be. There's other things they'd say, but I think usually it would be fuck.
Okay, here's what I say to that. No, they probably would not do that with 8.
Ah.
You
because they knew the market at the time.
You did the right thing.
Well, I was saying if they could have got away with it like they can now. Like if back then.
I mean, if they could have gotten away with it, they would have done it with like the first one. You know.
Yeah, that one was pretty edgy actually, like with chaos and all that stuff. It's like, dude, the cycle of fate.
So, you know, like if a company can get away with something, they will. Like that has been my absolute experience working for the corporations that I have. But no, I don't think they would have with 8. Not because we can get away with it, but just because that was like the market at the time.
Mm.
It's like it's the reason that Marvel movies are rated PG-13. It's to get the most out of the action as well as their pocketbooks.
I could have seen Iron Man being rated R, but like, how many of them do you think would? I have a feeling like some of them just wouldn't have been. Like most, I don't think any of the Spider-Man movies would have been. You know what I mean?
Because that's not the stories that Spider-Man tells.
But like, which ones do you think would and wouldn't have been? Like, just you know, to name a couple. You know, I'm not saying go through the whole list or anything like that, but you know.
You know, honestly, I can't think of much that would have made an R-rated Iron Man any different than any other Iron Man story.
Oh yeah,
I think there just would have been.
I think the violence would have just been a slightly more.
I don't think it would have had anything to do with the violence.
Well, I have a feeling when someone blew up, if they could have got away with it, they wouldn't just blow up in smoke and bits going out. There would have been blood. You know what I mean? Just that little bit more. You know what I mean?
I think if you were going to make an R-rated Iron Man movie, it would have boiled down to sexually explicit content. Same thing with a Thor movie.
You know, the Iron Man movie did feel like one of those movies that it was in the 80s. There would have been some like nipple.
Yeah.
I can't promise anything.
Captain America, I don't think would work as an R-rated movie, unless you were just going to do some like really hard-boiled trench warfare movie.
Well, yeah, no, I know what you mean, because like it's one of those movies that I could see its base level of violence being about the same as like Total Recall, but there wouldn't be a scene where like they crunch someone in half with an elevator or something like that. You know. It would never go that far. So I think you're right. I think it could just
they would have had to have straight done something like Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
Where there's just craziness going on the screen at times.
Sometimes people are like, well, they only didn't have blood in these gunshot scenes because that makes it where it was PG-13. It's like, you can have that in PG-13. It just, as long as they're not being like, or you show it up close or anything, you know what I mean?
It's like, yeah, they just shot the guy. They didn't walk up and put their finger in it.
Yeah.
Let's see. No, I don't think a Spider-Man movie would ever work as an R-rated movie. There are some pretty dark Spider-Man stories, but
I mean, I can see Venom having an R-rated like movie, but
potentially, yeah, like a Carnage story being pretty leaning in the hard R. Trying to think of some of the others, like Ant-Man wouldn't work as an R-rated movie. X-Men, when it comes out, that's not going to work as an R-rated movie. Maybe Doctor Strange, depending on what story they wanted to tell and what kind of visuals they want to put in there. But I would say probably not. I don't know. That's,
Do you think you're going to try to see the Nick Fury TV show? What is it, like,
Secret Invasion?
Yeah.
At some point, probably. But, I thought about subscribing to Disney Plus recently. The only reason I was going to is because there was a couple of things on there. I was like, I want to see this. Like, I want to check this out. One of them was like the Willow show.
This should be interesting.
But that's already not on there anymore.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I do wonder what will happen to that. You know, like, do you think they'll literally destroy it and it'll become lost media?
They'll do something with it. They might put it out on Blu-ray, or they'll do something with they may already be like for sale on like other platforms, and that's just how they're gonna keep losses on it. They just tell people, if you want to watch it, you have to pay for it.
Now you're making me curious. I want to look into it.
I don't know, but it didn't do well. It didn't perform like they wanted it to.
No point spending any more time down here than I have to.
So they were just like, all right, we'll just take it down. I'm like, but why? And there was something else that was taken down recently.
Oh
that
yeah,
I was like,
I heard about the other one too. Like, because I remember hearing that Willow and something else were just like straight up removed, and it's like, what was that? Was it another live action show or was it a cartoon?
I think it was another live action show. But Ahsoka's on there now, and I'd like to check that out. And the next season of The Mandalorian is up, and I'd like to check that out because I like that show. I thought that show was pretty good. I think that kind of gets Star Wars kind of back to its. I hate just saying gets it back to its roots, but it kind of does.
Has Ahsoka ever been in any movie?
Found it! Oh, thank you!
Okay, I didn't think so. Because I'm not saying that makes her an unofficial character, because I know that she's from the official shows and stuff, but like, I hadn't really ever thought about it. It's like, she's a character I've always known who was, but like, I keep forgetting that she's not a movie character.
Well, unless you count Clone Wars, the first Clone Wars movie, as, because that did go to theaters.
No, wait, I forgot that was billed originally as, a, like, in between these movies, so, okay.
So there you go.
Yeah, because I mean, Rogue One would count, or something like that, you know what I mean? As long as it was actually theatrically released and stuff.
I watched Obi-Wan when it came out. I thought that was pretty... I thought that was okay. And, good... it was okay. Because I kind of was like, this is a much better Episode 3. Because I just...
Let me ask you this. I know it's come up in that and the sequels, but in the extended universe stuff, was there ever being severed from the Force without somebody doing it to you?
It's done. I've seen
Probably.
You're a friend of Martha's. Help us.
I can't think of anything.
Okay. I'm just curious.
I've only read a handful of like the expanded universe books.
That's like so much more than I have. So you know, it's like it's not that I've avoided them. I just never I don't think I've ever actually bought a book that was like not Dungeons and Dragons, like
thank you.
Rule book or something like that.
You know, I really hate to burst people's bubble because everybody gets up their ass about like, well, that was Star Wars canon until Disney came. No, it wasn't. No, it fucking was not. The guy that made the fucking shit, who decided what canon was, always said all the stuff that happened in the books and games and comics didn't mean anything.
Well, but he never said it wasn't cool anymore.
That's true. He always like signed off on it, but he always made it very clear in interviews and with staff and everybody. He was like, I don't care about that stuff.
If you think about it, the real sin was Disney putting down the "No More Fun" like sign. You know what I mean? Was it "No Fun Allowed"?
Yeah.
You know, it's like no, you're not allowed to pretend that's part of it.
I understand why people like want that stuff to be canon because there's a lot of cool stuff in the like expanded universe novels, but that's not how shit works.
Yeah.
That's enough. It's over.
Like someone wrote an article about, since Disney's taken over, here's all of the expanded media that shouldn't be re-canonized. And it's like, but none of that was ever canonized. Ever. None of it was a technical part of the story that mattered.
I'll be keeping my blade, thank you.
Well, you know, to be fair, anything
the hero of the Golden Stables
in those books and stuff was, even if it wasn't canon, it was official.
Yeah.
You know, and that's kind of what they unofficialized it, you know what I mean? I mean, I guess not totally, because they're like, we still sell it as legends.
Well, you know what? There's people out there that'll argue till they're blue in the face why the Christmas special's
When they're
canon.
not busy keeping the peace, that is. Spread them as thin as they'll go.
Well, you know,
The Empire might be in
I
charge.
all I'll say
that
is
don't
it's
mean
more
they care to keep
canon
us
than
safe.
a lot of stuff. But it's
Blood
I
axes
wouldn't
and
say
me,
it's like I
merchants
wouldn't.
come near these lands for
Okay.
fear of what might happen to 'em.
On a hardcore level, I don't consider stuff like Rogue One or the Ewok movies canon, but I do in kind of a general sense because they were the theatrically released stuff, and primarily they're movies, you know.
So, here's something funny about the Christmas special. I was watching this like interview with some of the people that were in it, like Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford, and they all talked about what it was that got them to do it. And Harrison Ford is like, as long as he's barely in it, he'll do it. And Carrie Fisher's only thing was, I will do it, but only if I can sing. And Mark Hamill came back with, I'll do it, but only if I don't have to sing.
That part where Leia's singing is so awkward.
Arthur was singing your praises. Takes a brave man to march into danger out of the goodness of his heart. You have my respect.
A Rosarian salute.
Oh, what is it they say? Old habits die hard. I trust you won't be reporting me to the Viceroy. If we'd had a few more like you about, perhaps the Rosfields might still... Listen to me rambling on. Thank you again, and take care of yourself.
Let's see here. I got more stuff to do in this town, right? Nope, I get maybe not. Don't tell me I'm quested out. But I need my quests.
What is that area of the two that you have floating? I was just trying to send you to.
I hear they were hiding branded that didn't...
Let's see here.
Belong to them.
Ah, that's what it was. I was sitting like, how do I open up my local map? Where the fuck is this person at?
Is that a greater or lesser region? The, what is it?
Well,
Calton's Bales?
Yeah, hold on.
So it does seem to be some area down into the south of this map
That's just
that you haven't gone
thievery.
to yet.
Sounds like they got what they deserved.
Oh.
So, we're meeting in Northreach. And will I find Sid and Jill before this dame finds me?
No, well, I found this.
The courier said his pack might have split while he was passing through the bales. I better keep my eyes open.
Someone's in trouble.
Yeah, I don't mind the explosion. I just dropped right on top of you.
It's over.
I'm not trying to figure out how to change like targets.
That's enough.
Kind of not a very intuitive way of doing that, but
how do you do it?
You push on the thumbstick. It would seem more natural just click the thumbstick, but I mean, I get why they didn't do it that way, because that's also the camera control. You know, it's, you know.
Are you hurt?
It would have been worse if you hadn't come along. Wait, I've seen you around the hideaway. You're new, aren't you?
Sure am.
And I'm
I've only been there like 4 or 5 times.
Looking for you. This is no place for a bearer on her own.
I noticed that. But this soil's not going to collect itself.
Then what if I gathered it for you? You could head back
I
to the
didn't realize
hideaway.
you started the 2
Just
chores.
exactly what sort of dirt is it that you need?
They always turn the 2 chores.
I'd be a fool to refuse your help after what just happened. It's the good stuff you're looking for. Dark, rich, fragrant. You'll know it when you find it.
Dark, rich, and fragrant. Right.
I can think of other things that I would describe that way, that I would refer to as the good stuff.
That he might come looking for you himself.
Yeah.
That seems unlikely, but I won't argue with you.
I was wondering if that was a euphemism.
Soil, then. There's certainly enough of it here. But is it dark, rich, and fragrant?
What was it you said earlier? We'd all do chores if it made us powerful.
Yeah.
Or made us more powerful.
That should be enough.
If it's not,
get back to the hideaway.
Fuck 'em.
More of the lost supplies.
That's the last of them over there. Oh, wow.
I think I've got another one, maybe?
I doubt he could fit much more in his pack. Still no sign of Sid's letter, though. We've come this far. Might as well ask around.
Hey, there just happens to be someone to ask.
A little overdressed to be picking grapes, aren't you?
No.
Are you here for Master Quentin?
I'm looking for a letter someone dropped nearby. I don't suppose you've seen it.
Can't say I have, sorry.
Well, if you do...
Wait, I did pass a dog with something in its mouth a little while back. Could have been a piece of paper. No idea if it was your letter, but you never know.
Which way did it go?
Towards Lost Wing? Seemed well looked after to me. Dare say someone there's been feeding it.
To the village, then. Thank you.
Where I will find more quests.
I'll have you know, manning the village entries, no looking to be a
Ah. Let me teleport. Let me teleport, or roughly a 10-foot shift.
The shad's all salted and smoked.
Goodness. Let's get this done.
A whole day on the line and they're still not dry.
It's like right behind you, right?
Was it? Oh, it was. I was sitting there looking at the other one. Alright, give me the letter.
Seems we have our culprit. Sorry, boy. Someone's waiting for this. He's waited long enough already. Hopefully this will keep our career out of trouble.
Alright, well I have quests to do, and that's more important than getting these essential supplies back to the hideaway.
Ah, you're Sid's man, if I'm not mistaken.
You are not.
For some assistance, could I?
That depends. What do you need?
Some new bearers from Oriflamme just arrived, and it cost Master Quinton a pretty penny to convince their owner to part with them. Man must have been a bloody tyrant. Can't get a peep out of them, try as I might.
They're probably terrified of you.
You're probably right.
Oh, goodness.
Like
Let's get this shit rolling, right?
So, will you have a word with them? Help them settle in?
I can try.
That'll do me. Tell them they're safe, and that if they need anything, they just have to ask.
I'll let them know.
Appreciate it. They're sitting over there, taking a long overdue breather, looks like.
Well, it was a short distance.
So you're the new arrivals. Is there anything
Not a
I can
quest
get
if
you?
I've got to walk more than 10 feet.
Good. Safe here. They don't punish people like us for speaking our minds.
Truly. I'm hungry. My sister too, we're starving.
Wait here.
See,
I'll
I
fetch
told
you
you,
something from
it always
tavern.
becomes 2 chores.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I won't be long.
Can't be as
stay
simple as
here
me
and
just
rest.
walking up to me like, yo, these guys aren't fucking with you.
Yeah.
These cats will feed you. But no.
Sun's setting fast. They'll all be back
Oh,
from
shoot.
the vineyard soon. Can I have
Helps to
another
know how to
cup,
get
Daddy?
places, right?
Yeah.
I'll have 2 plates of whatever you're serving.
Sorry. We've enough mouths of our own to feed without tending to the wants of outsiders.
It's not for me. It's for some new arrivals.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't see the mark. So you're a comrade. Well, in that case, you may have whatever you require. Take all the bread and wine you want.
That's really all it takes. One look at the innkeeper's mark.
Of course it is. I do as Master Quinton commands, as do we all. And Master Quinton commands that none of his favoured guests be left wanting. Well, don't keep our new comrades waiting. Take what you need and see that they eat their fill.
Yeah, Clive, hop too. Jesus.
Bread and wine. Hopefully this will be enough.
So I was just picturing them already being dead by the time you got back.
I was gonna say, Clive, they need protein. Come on, man.
It's like every day is carbs day.
You know, I suppose if you have just spent an enormous amount of time just being starved, yeah, every day is carb day.
Yeah.
But for real, you need protein in it too.
Truly.
Let's
Yeah.
make this happen, man. Come on. Come on, Clive.
That sounds like it's some dry ass bread.
Such plenty. Never in all my days.
Brother, this place is
Bro.
like a dream.
Bro.
We sat,
Bro,
and no
it's
one
just
shouted. We ate,
bread.
and more was offered.
I know. I can't believe it.
You're free now.
I mean, the Hideaway, they had like stew.
You need only ask.
Yeah.
To be fair.
There may have been potatoes and meat in there.
Yeah.
For everything.
But
I
no.
mean, it was at least broth of meat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or broth of bone or something.
Something. Gilbug.
What happens to us?
Again, this is more important than returning supplies to the Hideaway.
Master Quinton will never forgive me.
Bro, I'm here to save the day.
I want no trouble.
Whoa there, buddy, calm down.
Wait, that's... I took you for a rogue. If you're a friend of Master Quinton's, then perhaps you'll help me. His vineyard,
Perhaps I will.
Frostwing's pride and joy, has been beset by a plague of giant wasps.
And you need someone to solve your pest problem.
I do indeed.
How
I've
bad
never
is
seen them
poison
so
in
far
this?
from the forest, nor so mean for that matter.
Not too bad.
I suppose the
Okay.
smell's got them worked up. And little wonder. This'll be the finest crop we've ever known if the fiends don't eat it first. I tried chasing them off myself, but they won't flee from the likes of me. And if I
No,
don't
they're
bring those
giant
grapes in from
wasps.
Massachusetts, Master Quinton
They're not
will
gonna
have my
flee
guts for
from me either,
flies.
homie.
Yeah, you know,
You
I
look
would
like you can
almost,
handle that
you know,
blade of
those
yours.
like
Will you put it to use for a
riding
comrade in
crop like
need?
things that in
Please.
movies like
Rid us of these
evil
wasps so I
guys
can
who
be
run
about the
prisons beat
business.
people with.
Yeah.
You'd want one of those that was like a 6-foot-long
All
version
right.
of that to kill stuff
I'll see
like
to
giant
it.
wasps. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like whack it with
thank
it, break them in half or
You'll
something. I
find
don't
them
know.
over at Gotan's Bales on the edge
No,
of
I
town.
mean, if I
And
ran
hurry,
into giant
Frostwing
wasps
needs
that were the
those
size of my
grapes.
torso or something, I wouldn't fuck with them.
Yeah, no, I know what
I'd
you
be like,
mean.
I'm gonna be over here, you be over there. I'm just not gonna mess with your nest.
In
And
a
I'm
world
just
with
gonna not
giant
fuck around with you.
wasps, grass grenades would be something you could buy from like Walmart. You know what I mean?
It's probably true.
You know why bugs are weak against gas, right? Because they can't stop breathing. They have like no ability to try to not breathe. Because they don't really breathe so much as just absorb oxygen through their like abdomen or whatever.
Fun fact, cross streams, video games, pop culture, trivia.
If you want to know how to kill giant wasps.
Watch for more. I don't know if that's making any difference. It's probably not. It's probably taking me longer to get around.
That must be the vineyard. A few wasps shouldn't give me too much trouble.
The vineyard?
Speaking to ye olden English.
It's over.
That's enough.
I don't know, it needs to be so epic every time that I kill enemies. You know, when we play the Final Fantasy VII remake, you split the atom every time you need to upgrade your items.
Oh. Wow.
I don't know how else to describe it. You go through, like, this screen where it's like the universe expands in front of you and shit, and it's just like, why is this necessary? Why can't I just go to a menu?
What do you think of the menu in general in the remake?
Huh?
What do you think of the menu in general in the remake?
It's alright. It's appropriate for what it is, you know?
Yeah.
Don't tell me. Turnings for something.
It's not cumbersome or anything. It's reminiscent enough of the original, but with, like, updated tweaks.
Yeah.
So I get what they were trying to do, and you know, like, okay.
Those wasps won't be interfering with your harvest anymore.
Oh, thank you. Master Quinton would have had my head if I'd lost the crop. I'd say you've earned a reward. Our Gotand Rouge fetches a handsome price among the rich and powerful of the realm. We use that money to keep our comrades fed and imperial wolves from our door. The vineyards were Master Quinton's idea. He wanted to give bearers a place to work, a place where they'd be safe.
Well, he certainly seems to have done that here. I'm glad I could help.
I'll see that he hears of your kindness.
You know, it's like,
And once this vintage
whether
is
or
ripe
not
for
it's a
drinking,
particularly edgy
there'll
one
be
or
a
not,
glass or two
Final
raised in
Fantasy
your
games
honor.
tend to kind of have downer stories, and it's like, in general, because this is a Final Fantasy game, I'll be surprised if by the end of the game, every place that harbors these guys hasn't been, like, destroyed in some way.
You know? Yeah. Yeah, that'll be a thing. Alright. Now I'll take the supplies back.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier.
Wanted to send a message.
What happened? Is everything all right?
My shield and shining armor. You can give those samples straight to the guard.
There you are. And all safe and sound.
Well, yes, she's standing right there.
Not the girl. The soil. Did you bring it?
Yes. Here.
Glorious! When Martel came home empty-handed, I almost had a fit. But with this, my research can continue. First and foremost come the measurements. I must know how much ether each sample contains. From there...
Wait, so you were never...
Worried about me? Sorry to disappoint you, but the only thing he worries about is his research.
But that's
all right. It's just how he is. And if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be growing anything in these ruins. It's a small price to pay. Although, you shouldn't have to pay it too. Did he even offer you anything for helping? Ugh. Here. I know it's not much, but it's something, at least.
Well, she had to look like she was really wanting off or something.
I wish I could offer you some fruit too, but you're not likely to thank me if I do. Still, we'll grow something worth eating one of these days, and when we do, you'll have first pick.
I'm sure Sid is like, whoa, 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 hold on.
Yeah.
Can't have that now. Can't have that.
Maybe I should just own up to what Owen said. There you are. I just got back to the hideaway and thankfully Otto hasn't seen me yet. I don't suppose you,
Found the things you dropped. I did.
I was so sure they'd be gone. And the letter?
Only a little worse for wear.
Only a little. Alright.
No more skulking about in the shadows.
You know, I know what it's supposed
then.
to look like, at least I think I do, but it
No
just
thanks
keeps
to
looking
you.
like you have a wound on your chest to me.
Losing no supplies was one thing, but if Sid had found out about that letter...
Is it about Cursebreaker business?
If only. It's from his daughter. She's off studying in Canver, and her letters are all that keeps Sid sane while she's away.
He never mentioned a daughter.
Yeah.
He's a busy man. And thanks to you, he won't be wasting his time smiting careless couriers with levin boats. So I'd say you did us both a service. Here, for your troubles. If there's anything you're wanting from Sid, today's the day. He'll be sweet as honey once he gets his hands on this.
Nice.
Do you think they'll ever do, because I was thinking about now, it's time to go ask for promotion, but I was like, oh wait, you don't get paid directly in this, but do you think they'll ever do that like they did in 8 again, where you get paid?
Maybe. It's not out of the question. Alright folks, well, that's where we're gonna kill it for right now. Just kind of a heads up, we have reached affiliate status.
Yeah.
So there is a subscribe button. Doing that just kind of helps us keep doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll work on some rewards in the future. We don't know what those will be as of now. But again, it's just kind of like a thing that's like, hey, this will help us keep doing this and keep checking it out.
Yeah.
As always, be sure to check out what's going on YouTube, because we try to put a lot of our past broadcasts over there too. So that way, if you're missing out on them, you can check them out there. Again, don't forget, coming up is going to be Final Fantasy VII Remake, more Final Fantasy 16, and of course, when released, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I have already got my deluxe copy pre-ordered, and it'll be on its way. Yeah, tomorrow, Final Fantasy VII on the PS5, the PC port thing that they did a few years ago. So, this is John.
This is Nerdly.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Let's keep this rolling, you know.
Yeah.
All right, later.